що ж, доброго ранку, шановні пані та панове.
Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to welcome you at All-Ukrainian Forum Prozorro Market, Effective Procurement and Synchronization with the EU. My name is Alexander and I am going to be your host today. Thank you very much for waking up so early to come here today to be with us, because today you can expect a lot of interesting insights and interesting content and a lot of inspiring information. So be respectful to all the speakers and put your phones into the silent mode. At the very beginning, I'd like to invite you, dear participants, to commemorate our protectors and defenders, thanks to whom we have this opportunity to get together. And we can make plans, we can do our job to move forward our country ahead. Let's commemorate all that warriors who put their lives for the independence of Ukraine. Let's have a minute of silence in their commemorance.
Я запрошую на цю сцену голову регіонального представництва Європейського інвестиційного банку у країнах Східної Європи Крістіну Мікулову. Давайте привітаємо оплесками. Доброго ранку.
Round of applause. Good morning.
Добрий ранок. Я завжди трохи переживаю, коли
I'm always a bit nervous when I have to give a speech in Ukrainian language. Thank you for your support.
Це честь бути
This is an
сьогодні
honor
тут з
to
вами
be present
і сказати пару слів, щоб почати вашу дискусію сьогодні. І я дізналася, що Прозоро почалося мотом «Усі бачать все». Не тільки один Big Brother, але може бути спільна європейська сім'я, де ми навчаємо одне одного. І цей принцип дуже подобається і теж відповідає умовам, вимогам Євросоюзу. З цього відношення синхронізація не потрібна, тому що ми її вже маємо. І як з банкіром, у мене залишалася одна цифра, яка показує результати, які ви вже досягли. 18 мільярдів економії державних коштів, і з цієї суми 9 мільярдів тільки в 2025 році. Це неймовірний успіх. У нас в Євросоюзі, в Люксембурзі, де наш головний офіс, в Брюсселі, ми часто говоримо, що Україні потрібен Євросоюз, але це наоборот. Євросоюзу потрібна Україна, тому що ви сьогодні і в цій галузі фронтири інновації. І в англійській мові там одне прекрасне слово, яке показує рух вперед – leapfrog. На жаль, я не можу перекласти ще інше, ніж випереджати інших. Це інноваційний фронтир. І у ЄІБ все реалізуємо щодо закупівель на базі нашого посібника, який називається англійською Guide to Procurement, і відображає просто гору документів, стандартів, директив, яка французькою мовою називається Acquis communautaire. І це база, законодавча база Євросоюзу, яку ви теж сприймаєте, коли вступуєте до Євросоюзу. І нашими базовими принципами, вони вам всім знайомі, тому що це не дискримінація, це рівне ставлення, це прозорість, це пропорційність. Це для мене дуже важливе, тому що ми багато працюємо з громадами. Це значить, що треба узгодити умови з характером контракту, щоб уникнути надмірного навантаження, так, і оптимізувати користування державних коштів. Я це багато бачу, коли я відвідаю громади, тому що у нас, наприклад, 30% нашої роботи в регіонах. Південь, північ, схід, захід – це не заважає. Великі громади, маленькі громади. І я часто теж нагадаю приклад однієї громади. Я не буду говорити, яка це громада, тому що я їх дуже-дуже поважаю, але це болячий процес повторювання тендерів, тому що немає підрядників, наприклад, або хто скаргується, тощо. І це нам теж треба ще вирішити, підлаштувати ці умови. І в Євросоюзі після представлення Ukraine Facility ми додали ще один дуже важливий принцип – це стратегічна закупівля. І це значить, що ми надаємо перевагу постачальникам з ЄС та України. Ми, як Банк Євросоюзу, просто втілюємо цей принцип інтеграції. Хочемо наближати вас до єдиного ринку, створювати зв'язки і передати інформацію між різними учасниками цих процесів. І я теж пишаюся, що в нашому банку ми будемо перший раз користуватися платформою Прозоро в нашому проєкті професійної освіти та навчання. Ми одна з перших установ, яка буде реалізувати процес закупівлі через Прозоро. Ми намагаємося показати напрямок і потім це реплікувати в інших проєктах. Це проєкт з Міністерством освіти та науки.
In cooperation with others, this project is implemented with the Ministry of Education. We create 16 centers throughout the Ukraine, and this process is going to be aimed at the procurement of agricultural equipment. This is a very important sector and locomotives of economy in Ukraine. To follow up, I'd like to say that you introduce innovations, and we are here together with you, aside of you, and we'd like to help you to align these innovations with the EU acquis and an updated legislative framework of Ukraine public procurements, and we plan to develop a program of technical assistance. After the conference, we are going to discuss this issue. As the EU's bank, 90% of our work is implemented in the EU, and 80 billions which we invest every year are there, and 10% of our most important work is the work abroad with the candidate countries, which are our top priorities. And Ukraine, you know, you are at the very beginning of this list of the candidates. We'd like to be one of the bridges for you to use in order to move forward from the candidate country to the member country. And I believe that you have already underwent one of the speediest screening process in the history of the EU. You are not just going, you are running. And for me, it's a huge honor to be here with you and to be to run along with you. Thank you, Christina. Thank you very much. Well, now I'd like to invite the director of the State Institution Professional Procurements, Yehan Yakubovsky. Good morning. Dear colleagues, dear partners, dear friends, I'm very happy to welcome you here in this hall. A professional procurements team organizes the second year in a row one of the largest forums devoted to the public procurements area and Prozorro Market electronic catalog. I'd like to start my speech from the words of gratitude. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the Ministry of Economy, Environment and Agriculture, and specifically to the Minister Alexei Sobolev, who unfortunately couldn't be here with us today. He should have been here with us, but there was an urgent meeting and he couldn't be here. Also, I'd like to express my gratitude to Andriy Telupa. He is also not with us today. He is on a business trip to the EU. I'd like to express my gratitude to them for the political will and systematic support to the area of public procurements and electronic catalog, Prozorro Market. Also, I'd like to say thank you to all our speakers and guests who agreed to participate in today's event and to share their visions, their experiences with us. Today we see a lot of representatives from the ministries, from public companies, from the state institution Prozorro and other stakeholders. from this area. Of course, big thank you to our international partners. Thank you for being with us and supporting us during such difficult times. And I'd like to say, Christina, that your Ukrainian language is just awesome. And a separate gratitude is to our colleagues from EU for PFM for your stability and systematic support, for supporting public procurements, for supporting our movement to the EU, for your plan regarding centralized procurements, and for supporting us in organization of this forum, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to do that alone. Last year, on this forum, we've discussed a lot our achievements. We talked that Prozorro Market are quick and effective procurements. We are going to discuss these points this year as well, because we are moving forward, we increasing our volumes, and for some indicators they are very impressive, and it is important to focus our attention maybe on some other topics as well. First of all, this is the issue of quality. I believe that today we are going to hear interesting and useful discussions regarding challenges and opportunities, and as regards to the ways of improvement of efficiency of this tool. And as to the mainstream for this forum are perspectives for Prozorro Market. What configuration could be implemented after the adoption of new public procurement law? What is going to change for the users, for administrators, for contractors, for suppliers, and all other participants of this process? In this context, it will be very interesting to listen to the experience of our European colleagues, to have a glimpse on how these aspects are being developing in the EU. Also, we are going to discuss the challenges of our contractors and suppliers, users. We are going to have representatives who have very well developed functions in the system, and they use electronic catalog for optimization of their work. And during the last panel discussion today, we, in cooperation with colleagues from our state institution and administrators of electronic catalog, will do our best to answer all your questions. I really do hope that we will manage that. So I'm sure that today we will have a very productive day, which will be useful for all of us. Thank you very much for coming, for being with us, and I hope that you will get a professional satisfaction from today's event. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now let's move on. I'd like to invite the representative of EU for PFM, Eric Smezalis.
Dobrý ranek and good morning, dear friends and colleagues. It is my true pleasure to be here again in wonderful city of Kiev and welcome you in this event also in the name of the EU for PFM program. EU for PFM stands for European Union for Public Financial Management. And of course, there are different facets to it, but public procurement is one of them. And we are here today again, and this is wonderful that we have this occasion to discuss reforms, achievements, next steps in the public procurement. Overall, procurement centralization and using of modern electronic public procurement tools are one of the main key policy priorities of the European Commission, of the European Union as a whole. So I would like to say that here that Ukraine is well within the trend, well within this tendency to make the procurement more professional, even more electronic and even more advanced. It is widely understood that centralized procurement is delivering value for money, is delivering efficiency, and also reduce the risk of abuse and wrongdoing. So in many ways, we can say that it ticks several boxes, it reaches several aims. Indeed, as the speakers before me already told, we have a lot of this to discuss today. There are notable achievements. There are still steps to be taken in the process of the reforms in order to achieve compliance with the European Union directives, EU acquis as they are called. And we are here today to very actively work on that and to discuss those questions. But again, this very wonderful event couldn't have happened without the work of many people who actually made it happen. So first of all, I would like to thank to the EU delegation to Ukraine. They send to everyone warm greetings. They are very busy now working on the EU accession process of the coordination. They are going around, not only being here in Kiev, so they couldn't come today, but they are saying very warm greetings and encouraging everyone to take part in the reform process. I have to say also thanks to our colleagues from the professional procurement, because also being involved in the organization of this event, I can say that they worked really hard, and I think here today we can certify that the result is very wonderful. So huge thanks for their efforts as well. And also we have our partners from the Central Project Management Agency of Lithuania. They are the agency who implements the EU4PFM program, and also they worked very hard, very diligent, solving many issues as they always do. So huge thanks goes also to them. Of course, we all know that procurement reform, one of the facets is the legislation, and we are now, all the Ukrainian friends and stakeholders are working on the new public procurement law. And here I would like to mention the Ministry of Economy, our colleagues from the ministry and also from the Parliament. The public procurement law is now before the second reading, and so their work is also very important in order to provide those legal provisions which would then implement, which would then provide an opportunities to implement the electronic procurement tools, which we will discuss today. And finally, I would also like to thank to my team colleagues at the procurement component. We are 7 people. We do many things, and so without their support, also my work and our work would not be possible. So I would like here also to use an opportunity to thank our core team and also our international experts who help and contribute to the public procurement reforms. So, dear friends, during today I would like to encourage you to be very active, to ask the questions, to have a debate, because I come from Latvia, I visit Ukraine due to my job frequently, I'm always happy to be here, and what I have noticed is the very good atmosphere always in the events. There is discussion, there are different opinions, there is very open discussion, and I believe that only such kind of approach can lead to the reforms, can lead to the further steps. So I would like to encourage, but I know that this is what will happen today, and so also I believe that everyone, and in particular also we from our project team, are open to any questions, are open to discussions. We will be happy to engage during the event, during the breaks, in order for the discussion to move forward. And finally, I would like to end with saying that we very well understand how hard it is to work under constant wartime circumstances. We understand the difficulties. We see it also from everyone who works here, and I would like to express admiration and gratitude to you that despite all the very challenging conditions, the reform goes forward, and it goes forward in a very good steps. So I'm wishing you a very nice event today, and I would also like to wish to Ukraine to enter into the EU as fast as possible, and I know that we together will work towards that goal. So дуже дякую. Thank you very much and have a very nice event.
Thanks. Отже, електронний
So, Prozorro Market electronic catalog was launched back in 2019. The tool has been working as an internet shop where the procuring agencies can buy the necessary things quickly and effectively at the expense of the taxpayers. So we are interested in how it works. So am I. I invite you to look at the screen. This is just a market, and this is Prozorro Market, and it is as easy to buy there as in our open air market. I'm Dmitry Solovey, and today I will be dispelling the myths about public procurement. So how does it work? In our usual market, you will have vendors who sell various goods. In Prozorro Market, we can have any business as a vendor. Who would be the purchasers, the buyers? Here we see just laymen and women, but in Prozorro Market, there can be public institutions, and purchasing is as transparent as the usual market. Some think that public procurement is all about bureaucracy, but that's not so. Let us compare that with the market. Here in the rows, you can pay your money, get the goods, and here you are. The same occurs in Prozorro Market. You announce the bids, you pay the money, and you get the goods within several days. When you buy something in the market, you don't need any documents. The same works in Prozorro Market. Everything is simplified. You need tender documentation, and all of that is already there in the system. Just use them. They say you can bid for money. You can actually discuss the price, but the same occurs in Prozorro Market. Once the tender is announced, the system automatically finds the successful bidder at the lowest price. And we can tell you lots about this new program, but join the huge army of 13,000 people who are already there. Prozorro Market is about effective and speedy procurement. Impressive, isn't it? And very user-friendly. So we will hear in greater detail about Prozorro Market as a most effective tool for public procurement. And now, please welcome Dmitry Solovey, Deputy Director on Development for the State-owned Enterprise Professional Procurement. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can I have a clicker? Okay, you will be changing the slides. Good. So the demonstration of the video, reduced my shortage during this presentation, but nonetheless, while we were preparing for this event, we saved additional 2 billion hryvnias thanks to Prozorro Market. And I would like to start with thanking our partners for their support, working with this instrument for over 6 months. I've come to realize that it wouldn't have been possible without the support of our European partners, who have been very sustainable in supporting Prozorro, in particular Prozorro Market, and they trusted in us when even within the professional community, very few people did. So there has been a need for Prozorro Market for quite a while, but it is only with the beginning of the all-out tool that we realized that there is a need for fast, competitive, and very efficient procurement. It is what the society needed at the moment, and various corruption scandals and declining of certain procedures showed that not only do we have to move fast, but we should also move efficiently in accordance with the necessary legal provisions or applicable legal provisions. So it does work. We spent a lot of time to promote the Prozorro market, to tell the potential procuring agencies how important it is and how useful and user-friendly it is. But now we see that there is no need anymore to promote it, because Prozorro has proven to be very efficient. Not only is it transparent, but it also forms or shapes the market. There are certain spheres that depend fully on the Prozorro system. That's the national programs for school buses, for, say, certain medications, new Ukrainian schools, protection of Ukraine. All of those procurements take place on Prozorro market. And the stakeholders pay very close attention to it, which means that the tool is in high demand and it has prospects for further development. It is important not only for the Ukrainian economy, but also for self-assurance of the institutions that they can go on. When the market was launched back in 2019 and we started to work, the scope of procurement was 8.5 million hryvnias, and I remember that everyone was happy to have the first million. In 2020, the solicitation for bids was launched through the Prozorro procedures of competing procedures, and the scope of procurement grew to 94 million hryvnias. In 2021, 390 million hryvnias was the scope of procurement, because the potential users got used, excuse the pun, to this instrument, and the alternative was the Prozorro Market electronic catalogue. But since Prozorro was launched before that, most were more accustomed to the previous system, and a lot of effort went to explaining the preferences and the advantages of the electronic catalogue. In 2022, was met with very ambitious plans for further development, but unfortunately those plans were destroyed by the all-out war, by the large-scale invasion of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. We put a lot of effort into trying to adapt to the situation. A lot of legislation had to be adopted to achieve certain balance, and in mid-2020, the governmental resolution was adopted to facilitate this transfer. Prozorro Market is now a fully-fledged alternative to the fully-fledged procedure of public procurement, and the scope of tenders is more than 1 billion. In 2023, the reform of school canteens also facilitated the growth in the scope of procurement. And together with medical procurement, we worked tirelessly just to, again, develop this tool. In 2024, staple foods are to be procured through this tool, and the school bus program also is present there. As a result, the scope grew to 58 billion hryvnias. This year, we have got more than 70 billion procurements with the Prozorro Market tool, and we hope that by the end of the year, the scope will go up to 100 billion, and I even hope that we will overperform. So over this time, 2,000 categories of various goods have emerged in Prozorro Market, and the procuring agencies usually say that there are few categories in the catalogue. We wish there were more, because we have broader needs, but sometimes we agree with the procuring agencies, sometimes we do not, because in order to add those categories to the catalogue, the administrators and the public procurement has only 1,650 working days to add new categories, which is very challenging. We add more than one category per working days, and I think that we cope well. Not all of the 2,000 categories are the most popular. Some are not that popular, and only several times will be invoked by public procuring agencies. And there are some large state-owned institutions like Ukrzaliznytsia. The most popular categories are fuel, staple foods, medications, etc. Now, the scope of procurement. Here, the staple foods account for 41% of all procurements because they are mandatory categories. They are extremely diversified in terms of supplies and they perform the best. But we will have also representatives of the medical procurement, representatives of the Ministry of Public Health. And when it comes to medical goods and medications, the electronic catalogue works very well because that's a standardized object of procurement. And as far as I know from our Italian and Austrian colleagues, they say that medications and medical goods are the best when it comes to electronic catalogues. Unfortunately, they don't have Prozorro Market, but we do, which is tantamount to their procurement systems. Now, speaking about staple foods, 20 billion hryvnias is the amount of the foodstuffs procured through this system. 9 of 10 foodstuffs are bought through this tool. 13.5 categories of staple foods are mandatory for procurement through this system, but 94% of all procurements are carried out in this marketplace. So the practice shows that sometimes the mandatory use by the government and mandatory regulation by the lawmaker does not preclude the effective and efficient use of the tool. So by the end of the presentation, I will make out how the clicker works, so bear with me, please. School bus. Alexei said that it's an extremely important program launched in Ukraine last year. One of the key, most socially salient tools or goods and services is the school bus. The Ministry of Education and Science had always had problems with this program because the documents, tender documents were targeting specific suppliers, and there were lots of complaints and scandals accompanying this process. We developed specifications that created level playing fields for all 4 manufacturers of school buses, and each of the enterprises in Cherkasy and Chernihiv, Lutsk, and the other one have the same tender terms, and more than 1,700 buses were procured worth almost 6 billion hryvnias. Speaking about the effect for the state, the subvention has been implemented and the money does not go back to the state budget, and the ministry can plan its needs more efficiently. Saving is very important. That's what we focused on at the very beginning of the creating of this tool. And now we are speaking more about the efficiency of the contract performance, preparation for procurement, planning of efficient procurement. But we cannot but speak about this under the large-scale aggression. Saving goes beyond 18 billion hryvnias. More than half of that amount is the saving achieved thanks to procurement in 2025. So that's yet another testimony that the tool has been developing very fast and scaling up at all levels. When it comes to the speed, Prozorro Market is the only procurement procedure that enables competitive selection and and contracting within 3 days. Some of the procuring agencies managed to do that not only thanks to Prozorro Market, but also Nova Pošta, that can actually deliver paper-based contract to the counterparts for signature. But we hope that very soon electronic contracts will work at full speed. They are generated within the system. They do not need any paper-based version. So some of the contracting authorities can just have fun with electronic contracts. That hasn't happened yet, and it is totally voluntary. But we believe that the solicitation of bids is fully in line with the EU directives. There are certain variances, but I'm sure that they will be approved in the new public procurement law, and we will be able to scale up this practice and share our experience with the EU member states. I see lots of interest to how we do that, how this can be integrated within the procurement systems of the EU member states. Not all of them are well developed digitally, but there are some that even we can learn from, and this can be a mutually satisfactory and mutually beneficial exchange. So the new public procurement law will ensure that Prozorro Market is used as recommended as a mandatory tool, and it is aligned with the European requirements to the dynamic procurement systems and dynamic purchasing systems. And we won't have to explain it every time to our partners. We will say that it is a kind of dynamic purchasing systems. When it comes to the EU integration, it's a key focus for the use of electronic marketplaces for the most of member states. It's a pan-European tendency when it comes to the standardization of the procurement goods, description of categories, the standardization of contracts, and that's where we can set trends. So I hope that the preliminary work that has been done and has not been clear to everyone will benefit not only Ukraine but also the EU member states. Christina at the very beginning said that perhaps Europe will need Ukraine. Not only Ukraine needs Europe, but when it comes to public procurement, it is truly so. I can't agree more. So now, speaking about the further improvement, last year we were aspiring to have the law very soon. We hope it will be in place very soon, and next time perhaps we will discuss the implementation of the law. But we don't have to wait till it is put in place. We can work on the improvement of the tool, and we would be fighting against the bad faith suppliers. We can do that as a centralized procurement organization, particularly when we see collusion amongst suppliers during the tender processes. We will go to the Anti-Monopoly Committee with complaints, and it pleases me that we have first positive decisions by the Anti-Monopoly Committee. More than 10 suppliers were blacklisted so far, and we are scaling up the story. So in the way that we have available to us, we are trying to improve the experience of the procuring entities with the use of this catalog. We cannot change all of it, of course, but we can set the correct pattern of behavior and ensure that even though the Anti-Monopoly Committee does not operate in the marketplace, there are tools and there are ways to bring the malafide suppliers to account. And Resolution 722 is being amended, and the amendments will enable the procuring agencies to to deny participation to certain suppliers if they had very poor record of providing goods and services to the state-owned institutions. Most of you are actually contracting agencies representatives, and we are sure that all of you are good faith contracting agencies, but there is a very tiny percent of those who actually deny participation to some suppliers with no sound grounds, and we are happy that there is a way to complain against such actions. Before the first reading in Parliament, we discussed with all of the stakeholders the need to have the opportunity to challenge the actions of the contracting agencies, and it should be different from what is being used in open tenders, and that would be a safeguard that should be in place for our own safety and security, yours as the procuring agencies and ours as the administrator. So electronic contracting is operational. We don't have to promote, to announce it, but we should encourage you to use it even more actively. So it's difficult even to fathom the entire scope of opportunities that it offers. Some who have tried it already have appreciated it. Some procuring agencies that don't have legal departments as their units see that it is very handy. It was prepared by the Ministry of Economy together with Artsinger. They are digitalized. They guarantee all of the parameters, ensuring quality during the fulfillment of the contract, with the remedies, with the enforcement of contracts. So specifically for smaller procuring agencies, it is a cool tool. And we, in professional procurement, invest in high-quality support to the procuring agencies. We've worked with more than 5,000 emails and requests from you, 1,000 of them to expand the catalog, the variety or the tapestry of different goods and services. And kind of a vision for the future. We are inspired by the example of our colleagues who work in the public sphere and provide good services for their users, not only seeing it as a window where you can ask a question and never hear the answer. We are here for you to provide the answers. So we would be scaling up our client support. And again, we encourage the users to send their requests, to seek assistance. We will be doing that in the future, even more actively and more effectively. And training. This year, we've launched the trainings with the use of Prozorro Market, and I would like to thank particularly those representatives of the ecosystem who provided support as volunteers. They are trainers, the TP Prozorros, that's the Ministry of Economy. These are representatives of larger procuring agencies. And according to our trainees' feedback, this training program is extremely interesting, insightful, not only in terms of mastering the tool itself, but also building up the community of the active users of Prozorro Market. So we also encourage you to send your representatives. 49% of the trainees after the very first training said that their attitude to their professional duties has improved. And we hope that the contracting authorities that work under stress all the time and they are afraid to be fined, so you have an opportunity to change your attitude to your own work and enjoy it. Just to end, I would like to quote from one of our trainees. Olga Lisyun, she is in charge of procurement in Brovary Primary Medical Aid Center. She said, my expectations were overfulfilled. I got a lot of information and I improved my mental and emotional state. So I hope that you will enjoy it as well. So we, together with yeah, I hope I didn't break it, but I haven't mastered it anyway. Sorry. To end, I would like to say that I'm proud of our professional team. I'm proud of our ecosystem and our partners. I'm proud of a very sincere and proactive interaction with the ministry. And I hope that whatever we do will ensure positive experience of every contracting agency and every supplier. And everyone who works within the Prozorro system and uses Prozorro Market would also be proud of being part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dmitro. You know, I'm also very proud of everything what Mr. Dmitro said, and he said that not all EU countries are ready digitally, so to say. So I was proud of our country, that our country is so powerful in this regard. Do we really need like Europe, as we spoke about that earlier? No, we need Europe as a partner. That's clear. Well, the Prozorro Market allows us to organize procurements without excessive bureaucracy, without qualification of suppliers. Procurement agencies choose Prozorro Market because it allows them to purchase goods without preparation of technical documentation, technical documents, and without qualification of suppliers, because they are all checked already and they are admitted to this system. It saves time a lot and simplifies the decision-taking process, and numbers are confirming that. Now we're going to speak about some numbers. In 2025, will the volume increased by how many percent? To what number? 100. Yes, absolutely correct answer. 100 billion hryvnias. Thanks to high level of competition, our state saved already more than 9 billion hryvnias thanks to e-catalogue. It demonstrates that digitalization of public processes could be not only transparent, but economically effective and affordable and accessible to anyone. And we're going to talk about that in detail during our next panel. Our preparation is ongoing, and I'd like to remind you that on our forum we have an interactive communication. Ask a question. Put the question to the speaker. You can do that following the link by scanning a QR code on your pages, and the answer will be provided during the last panel. I hope that we'll be able to answer all the asked questions. Shouldn't we be able to do that? You'll get the answer during 2 days after this event. So while preparation is ongoing, I'd like to mention as well that after this second discussion, we're going to have a break. If you look at your watches already and like to have a break, but it will be later. The first panel is called The Results and Vision of Future Development, and I'd like to invite to the stage the moderator of this panel, the head of the communication in State Enterprise Professional Procurements, Angelina Kovando. We are waiting for you here. Louder, louder, please. Hello, Angelina. Yes, it's working. Great. I hope that I'll be able to learn how to manage all this equipment by the end of this panel. Well, without further ado, I'd like to invite the participants of our repair panel. First of all, it's Evgen Yakubovsky, the Director of the State Enterprise Professional Procurements. Evgeny Honchar, who is the Deputy Head of the Ministry of Healthcare, because a larger portion of items covered by Prozorro Market are medical devices and equipment. Also, Alexei Movchan, who is the Deputy Head of the Committee of Ukrainian Economical Development of the Parliament of Ukraine, and Yaroslav Lyubchenko, who is the Head of the Prozorro State Enterprise. Great, I'm happy to see you all here, and this is so great that we can discuss such important issues with such honorable speakers. From previously said, we've heard that volumes of the market covered by Prozorro Market has increased this year. This is a great trend, but I'd like to understand, what does it mean in fact? And how can we as community understand where it's going? Why specifically this year? This year we have an increase by 2. Thank you for the question. I don't know who is the author of this quote, Stepan Bandera or Victor Hugo. Nothing will stop the idea when time came. I believe that this machine cannot be stopped anymore. There are some explanations. Well, first of all, it's a useful and convenient tool, and people tend to seek for the ways how they can simplify their life. If there is such a tool making some part of your life easier, then people like it. I will repeat that many times today. As to the main advantages, they also bring a lot. In this regard, well, we create opportunities for large and small procuring agencies, as I've mentioned at the beginning, with large number of professional procurement functions, procuring agencies, and developed expertise. We can see a lot of users using them because Prozorro Market allows for automatization of administrative processes to administer procurement processes. So this is very important for large companies, and this is an overall trend in business environment. Everything what can be simplified should be simplified. Business tends to look into KPIs for procurement managers, and they take into account the price tag for procurement process in organization. I don't know if we have such an experience in the public area, but for large companies, we know that it exists. There we have separate communication chats with Ukrzaliznytsia, with Ukernafta, with operator of gas transportation system, other large users with which we work on technical specifications and other categories. As to small procurement agencies, well, they mostly don't have any expertise, and very often procurers are people with few or no experience in the area, and Prozorro Market is something which is the best thing happened in their life, in their professional life. It makes their work much easier. Another aspect which impacts the overall progress is a political support. Metro has mentioned that starting from 2023 we had some trend as regards to mandatory procurements. Therefore, we see that the state believes, has faith in this tool, and the Ministry of Healthcare and Ministry of Education and Science, it's not us, it's them. They initiate an approach which I would rather say require mandatory procurements through Prozorro Market for some of their projects and categories of items. So with mandatory procurements, procuring agencies who had no experience using Prozorro Market and now they are obliged to use it, they've tried it out, they had, I hope, positive user experience, and after that they return to us and use our system for other categories. It creates a cumulative positive effect when they start using this tool more often. Well, this mandatory procurement requirement was introduced in 2023. First it was food products, then other services, and we now see this cumulative effect, and it already gives results. Also, I'd like to say, well, in market we have not ourselves administrators. Our share is the largest because we administrate categories of the widest category, which are very popular, and now we work with categories. We expand them all the ways. So should you have any questions regarding that, we're going to provide more information. But as to trust and the reputation, they already at the high level, both from the side of the business and procuring agencies. They trust us. They understand that this tool is good, it's working well, and business is very active in working with it, and contracting agencies also tend to use it more and more often. Thank you very much. It would be interesting to hear this point of view of a lawmaker. We are speaking about impact on business, on procuring agencies. When we speak at impact on economy and public procurement area in general, the scaling up of electronic catalog, how would you characterize it? What does it mean, Mr. Alexei? Good afternoon. Thank you very much. First of all, welcome at this event, and thanks to all the partners for holding this event. It's important to meet from time to time and to discuss such important issues. I believe that Prozorro Market and centralized procuring tools are major achievements in recent times, specifically after adoption of a new revision of the procurement law, and the new amended draft law we are speaking about will introduce even more amendments, and it will allow us to introduce more categories. So scaling up is on the agenda. We plan to introduce more procurements through centralized procuring agencies. Those who read the draft law just recently, the last version was sent to the European Commission for the endorsement. Well, so this time I hope, well, we heard about that. I hope that this is the last time we're speaking about this law as a draft law. I hope we're going to have it as a law very soon, as an adopted law. So the model is wonderful. We see that the level of competition and level of the quality of procurements which take place in Prozorro on open tenders is not very effective. And as to the risks of low competition, this is something which central procuring agencies may help to solve, because the qualification of suppliers is something which is a difficult story for different participants of the system. Well, these are already known problems, and we talk about auctions, tenders, competitive procedures. They could be different. They are complicated, and one of the solutions to simplify them is pre-qualification. Well, it exists not only in procurement area. It's not something I really like, but well, we speak about Prozorro Market, and this is it's a topic we discuss very often internally. When we've been drafting ARMA law, which was adopted half a year ago approximately, we has put the logic taken from the centralized procurement agencies there as well, because we saw that there are issues in their procurements, and we decided that the same approach of solving them in procurement area we could apply in the area of managing seized property. So we believe that this approach can be applied in different areas of economy and public administration regulation, because this is a good practice. This is the best thing which should be, so to say, copied from one area to other areas. That's good that you now train people. I personally believe that central procuring agency tools should be multi-level, multi-layered. They could be industry-oriented, local and public level. So now we see centralized procuring agencies for the military, for healthcare. Now we see the establishment of the central procurement agency for recovery. That's a good trend. The more people you train, the more experience you will share, the higher quality of common understanding of the problems and approaches to solve them will be. Prozorro is a single system which is open to everyone, and many users use it, but not all tools are very convenient, and we should remember about that. So when we speak about larger number of centralized procuring agencies, we can speak also about establishment of a council of centralized procurement agencies. Maxim Nefedov at one of the events spoke about what could be done with bad faith suppliers in healthcare area. This is something we cannot solve on any forum, but we can decide that we can put fines on them or ban them from accessing the system, and so on and so on. We can apply different sanctions to them. This is something which helps us to build up our understanding on how can we solve such problems and then put them into practice. And this is very inspiring, in fact. This tool could be universal in many areas. This is my main point. Alexei, you have touched upon the issue of new legislation. I believe that many participants present here would eager to learn more, but I believe that it's quite extensive, but nevertheless, may you give us a glimpse at some amendments. So which could be important for the procuring agencies, and what should they expect from the amendments? Well, it's a very good question. I cannot give all the information because this is a very large reform. There are two pieces of information. One with regards the status, and the second regarding the enlargement report. And they will say that you have adopted the law on procurements, public procurements, before the, the good thing that we have already sent the draft law to the European Commission before they have issued this report. As regards to the application and use of this law and its provisions, it is going to have a postponed entering into effect. It has, so to say, sunrise clause. It is going to start working after 9 months, I believe, after the adoption. So we'll have time to prepare. Many things are going to get changed. So even categories of entities will be changed, and even still the ministry is discussing how to put everyone under one legal umbrella, and this is actually the requirement of the European Commission. Well, that was the first point. The second point, extension of catalogs and powers of centralized procuring agencies, framework dynamic procurements are going to be introduced, and we will also have to learn how to apply these newly introduced tools, since it's something new. What hasn't been manifested in Ukrainian context yet. To make it run smoothly, the ministry will have to organize pilot projects or some test projects, because many new things will come. And we're talking about public money, right? You know even better than me how law enforcement agencies can react on application of these new tools. So the idea and the value of this new law is to give more freedom to procuring agencies. What I really liked from it, and in the context of a very harsh requirement from our partners with regards to non-monetary criteria, well, now it's very limited toolbox, if I can say it like that. So they say that we should introduce these non-monetary criteria. The issue is, how can we apply them? How should we apply them? Specifically, how procuring agencies should apply them, because law enforcement agencies may come to you and ask, did you apply them correctly? Would they come to everyone or not? And they wouldn't be able to come to each and every procuring agency and to ask them about that. Well, let's hope that they won't. So there are a lot of points, inspiring and interesting if you think about how it's going to work. That is why the law is going to become applicable with the postponement, so all the entities and market participants will learn how to utilize them. Thank you very much. Thank you. Very interesting.
Yes, during this discussion at the panel and in the previous speeches, we've heard that some procurements should be mandatory and they should be effected through Prozorro Market. At the beginning, they were perceived very cautiously, but now we have come to realize that the efficiency and the effectiveness thereof has been proven. So now we know that medical goods and medications were amongst the first to be mandated for the procurement via Prozorro Market. What's your experience of working with this tool? Are you planning to do more through this marketplace? And how did it affect the situation in the hospitals and polyclinics? Yes, thank you very much. I would like to boast a bit because we've introduced lots of innovative approaches, in particular to procurement. We've got a powerful state-owned enterprise, medical procurement, and to us, procurement is a key issue because it's through this system that our patients can get medications and other medical goods. So the quality of services thus can be improved. So I first started doing that in 2023 when I was the chief of the dedicated unit, and we had lots of discussions whether to conduct our pilot project on aggregated procurements. The efficiency was questionable, but the quality was okay, and we decided that we will be moving towards the electronic catalog, which was easy to administer. With aggregated procurement, it was kind of complex. Yes, even though we had very little support from other ministries and spending units, we still persevered, and we realized that the law did not quite allow it, but it was with the adoption of 1174 law, we actually decided that it would work. But at the beginning, as I said, we were pioneering this solution, which we still believe was correct one. Even though this practice has difficulty scaling. Then, and even now, almost everything that we procure is standardized, and it goes through the mandatory procurement approach. The only exception being goods that are that defy standardization, I would say, or are not procured on a large scale. So they would not be candidates for Prozorro Market, but we will look even deeper into it, and perhaps we will transfer all of the things that and services that we procure towards a Prozorro Market, so that we could create our own catalogs, our own profiles of goods and services, and we procured medications and medical goods worth 16 billion hryvnias this year alone. And what facilitated that was that the procurement through the marketplace has been mandatory this year, and we've put even more effort into the procurement of medications for hospitals, as well as goods and equipment. We see more competition, even more than in open tenders, but we have got lots of room for improvement and lots of potential, because not all of the tenders are competitive enough. As I said, there's lots of room for improvement. But this is day in, day out work. We have to work very hard to improve the profile, to look very closely again at the exclusive goods to avoid abuse with standardized contracts. We see problems there when the contracting or procuring authorities are too creative in defining their terms and conditions. There are certain challenges, of course. When we introduce mandatory procurement, we thus closed the opportunities for the abuse, but some agencies and authorities saw new challenges that we didn't have before it became mandatory, like creative description of terms and conditions in contracts, then the mix of different essential terms and conditions. And if there are some of the procuring entities, representatives, they will know how it works. But then we introduced this mandatory approach, a mandatory rule, and it works, even though at the beginning there were a lot of skepticism and lack of trust. So we have to strike this very fine balance between aspiring to have high competitive bids and, on the other hand, having only high quality goods and substances that are procured. And of course, timely procurement and very fast movement with the contract signing or award and signing, of course. And Prozorro Market is a tool to achieve this goal. Thank you very much. And now speaking about quote-unquote creative terms and conditions in contracts, we understand that the system is being implemented in terms of policy making, but we should also look at the practical aspects. I understand that Prozorro has got electronic contracts that can serve as safeguards against what Evgeny characterized, and they are most proactively used in Prozorro Market. So I would like now to give the floor to Evgeny to discuss benefits of this tool and what are the advantages for the potential and actual users. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. I would like to start telling you about our approach to electronic contracts and why we focus on them. We, with the Prozorro team, are thinking in terms of ecosystems, participants and members of this ecosystem, and about the potential expansion thereof, because any ecosystem strives to expand. And now we are looking for potential participants of this ecosystem, and we are analyzing their potential needs and gaps that disallow some of them to be active members of that ecosystem. It's no secret that there are a lot of various ideas and various requests as to possible improvements within this ecosystem. It is essential for us not only to find proper solutions with say dozens of hours spent to prepare such solutions, but we also should think large about the overall benefits of this ecosystem. And some of the solutions can be implemented in 4 or 5 various ways. Hence, the need to understand how to achieve the best impact for the entire ecosystem. So we are thinking about various tools to make procurement more efficient in general. And Prozorro Market is just one of the platforms where we can test and try some of the solutions or even ideas when it comes to tender documentation, of speeding up the procurement procedures in general, and inventing some other tools and solutions and testing them, as I said. Electronic contract has already been put in place, particularly when it comes to the procurement of fuel. We believe it is user-friendly and efficient. It offers a standardized contract for the suppliers and the procuring agencies, and they can just sign it electronically and start implementing it out right. And now we are thinking of various other spheres where that can be used, which sometimes can be challenging. And we are now thinking of how to expand the number of spheres covered by electronic contracts without putting too much time and effort into the adjustment of those contracts to the needs of the sphere. Yeah. And now a lot of time should be dedicated to piloting various ideas on how to change approaches to shaping tender documents, automating this formulation of tender documents. For example, scan copies of contracts. It's not a digital contract, right? It's a scan copy of the paper-based contract. So we are now thinking of how to digitalize all of our data so that we could have the analytical module PI that it is purely digital without the need to scan paper documents. Now, speaking about the expansion of the ecosystem, we are now developing the new procedures for ARMA, and we are negotiating with the agency for the seized assets management for them to be able to use the Prozorro system for their own procedures. And some new centralized procurement organizations are emerging, and we believe that there should be leaders amongst them in further development of the entire ecosystem. There is a demand for information about pricing and price forming within the system, say for construction materials or for any other items of procurement. So we are unique in that we've got a huge scope of historical data or masses of data, and we can show you those historical data so that you can work with estimate values and at the same time come up with your own quotes about certain deviations from the standard price for different types of goods. And we are now preparing to the implementation of the new law, should it be adopted soon, and secondary legislation, of course, and we will have to adjust our own procedures, particularly when it comes to non-price criteria. And after this panel, we will be discussing price and non-price criteria application in the defense sector, which is very topical, not only at the level of legislation, but also at the level of ideas and solutions. So we will be trying to achieve the best possible result with the least possible spending. Thank you very much. If I could return to what Evgen Gonchar said in terms of the expansion of the categories that would become mandatory for procurement through the electronic catalog. How do you visualize this expansion, and can we also see the logic in the expansion of various FMCG categories? Are there representatives of medical procurement agencies here? So you can ask questions of the audience as well. Why not? As first, when we just started this, we believed that the goods should be standardized if we procure en masse in the market. So we thought that the priority would be something that sells quickly and sells in large volumes. And those were medical goods, of course. That's where we have mandatory lists. And it is easier to develop the profiles. They're not that varied. See, then spending things, just the hospitals procure those, and those can be standardized more or less. And as of now, 90% of what can be procured effectively and standardized effectively has been standardized. But there's still the question with medical equipment, with the preparation for KT, MRT, ultrasound equipment. And there are pluses and minuses associated with the contracts and with certain malafide practices of certain suppliers. So we do see certain risks here, but still it wouldn't preclude us from including medical equipment into the electronic catalog. We are now waiting for proposals from the stakeholders, and then upon analyzing all of those, we will come up with our own solutions. And now we have to analyze the profiles of those goods that are still not mandatory for procurement via the catalog, and see how simple or how difficult it would be to standardize them and to transfer them to the mandatory catalog. So the use of mandatory procurement will offer certain solutions to many of our challenges, but at the same time, there will always be goods, equipment, or services that cannot be standardized and cannot be put under the mandatory procurement procedures. There might be some specificities in the requirements of the procuring agencies. And here we are on this slippery slope, because on the one hand, we want to have the minimum price, and at the same time, we want all of the hospitals to be satisfied with the timelines, with the quality, etc. And this tool is not always fit for purpose. That's why we have to find this, as I said, balance between pros and cons. And as I've said before, when we introduced these mandatory requirements, we faced certain challenges that we didn't used to have. With those, as I call them, quote unquote, creative approach to contracts. And I understand the reasons. Some are not quite well trained, well prepared, and some want to evade some of the legislative requirements. But that's the topic for the controlling authorities rather than to the Ministry of Public Health. So it's not our duty to discipline some of the suppliers. So do we have to actually fight against bad faith suppliers, or shall we actually encourage the law enforcement or controlling authorities to look into it? When it comes to medical equipment, for example, when we procure medical equipment in a centralized way, even when we buy one item, then our price is twice as low, or half of that paid by the hospitals. So there is actually a temptation to make it mandatory for the centralized procurement. I'm not sure it's reasonable, though, because some of the procuring agencies might complain that the quality of the equipment thus procured is not up to par. So we have to, again, come to a solution. So some of the procuring agencies form their lots in an unfathomable way, and it's difficult to trace all of that, whether the goods or equipment are exclusive or aren't they? So some people are all for simple solutions, but those not always work, right? And sometimes the procuring entities would suffer. So I don't think that we should perform the functions of other organizations for the harm of the quality of equipment. So there is a certain percent of the suppliers of medical services or medical goods that aspire to hack the entire system. And for you to fight those 10 hackers, you have to make everyone suffer. No, you don't have to do it. So because there comes a time when you can't cope with it anymore. And we've got a problem with the market. We have fairly few complaints. And when I talk to the chiefs of medicine in hospitals or other procuring agency specialists, they complain about negative cases when the wrong goods or services were procured. And they would say, earlier, when we had open tenders, everything was okay, but now that we've got mandatory procurements, it's all very bad. You broke the entire system. We get very poor quality Chinese materials that are not durable enough. So we are all for the open tenders. Bring them back. So I don't know how to respond to that. And I wouldn't say that their complaints are well grounded. The number of complaints, really not frivolous but real grounded complaints, is very low. I understand that if we believe that the mandatory procurement doesn't work, that will mean that we have thousands of complaints, but that's not the case. The procuring agencies do not complain against the bad faith suppliers. And the system doesn't block it. And there appears one who says, okay, we will have one type of goods for one lot. So I don't want to pause the bucket, but, you know, we all have to cooperate and we have to talk to one another. We have to talk to competitive suppliers or to competition amongst suppliers for them not to complain later. And we, as the ministry, should achieve our tasks. And it's our task to make sure that patients have all the necessary medication, medical goods, and services. Thank you very much. In good time, of course.
Thank you very much, Evgeny. If talking about wider categories, Evgeny just shared peculiarities of medical procurements in terms of medical devices. If we talk about these categories of general goods and items, how do you plan to work with them? What vision do you see in terms of the extension of categories? Please do share.
Дякую. Ну, я не знаю, чи якщо продовжувати тему з обов'язково.
Thank you for the question. Well, should I speak about mandatory equipment solution for FMCG? We should do it already now because for major categories we already administer, we already have a part in the system. Share the system which equals to 60-70%. Even without these mandatory requirements for construction materials, stationery, and so on, majority of procurement agencies who use Prozorro system, they use Prozorro Market tool as well. Again, in my opinion, an ideal solution for the state would be to deal with electricity purchase problem, because this is one of the most standardized categories of goods, while it is being purchased by almost all public entities and institutions which have some buildings on their balance sheet. Well, so in terms of standardization and in terms of existing experience and to develop methodology for procurement of electricity, which was developed by the ministry, and having already this formula approach which we have to such procurements, we can already speak, especially after the electronic contract will be introduced, that electricity energy can become another category which could become mandatory for all public authorities and institutions in the Ukraine. Well, if after that we would be able to create mechanisms for establishment of an expected value for them after the electronic, if electronic contract will be introduced, well, electricity will become much easier to procure for majority of procuring agencies, because if you hadn't have experience in that, well, it would be really different and difficult. And as I mentioned, majority of procurers are non-professionals. But to reach that, to have that, so first of all, as I mentioned, some technical components should be implemented and e-contract should be implemented. Then legislative framework should be amended. It can be made after the form and the role of Prozorro Market in the system will be defined. When complaints will be introduced. And continuing this topic, and continuing the topic of abuse, well, yes, complaint mechanism simplifies the work of procurers, especially when there is no specialized legal function for that. But it can help to solve abuse issue in this system. And if, again, talking about electricity, I'm not going to dwell too deep into the problem, because not everyone understands the peculiarities of these matters. So summing up, I believe that it might be something which could become mandatory. As regards to food products, the most optimal solution, which we, I believe, all are happy about, as Dmitro mentioned, 95% of food products procured through Prozorro Market. Well, why this category was ideal for mandatory procurements? Because it's not concentrated. There is no concentration in the market in this area. In every community, in every oblast, in every amalgamated community, there are a lot of suppliers, and kindergartens receive bread or milk from local suppliers. The level of competition is high. There is no opportunity to abuse the system. Well, that was clear that this area would be successful if introduced through the system. As to school buses, well, this project is also one among successful projects. It allows us to provide more opportunities to local producers, and we have 4 suppliers. And if we have 4 suppliers, different forms of procurements could be applied. If the concentration is high, if the competition is high, and when it's the specification of procured items is clear, we can talk about mandatory nature of procurements. But as to FMCG category, we have set out a strategy for ourselves. We have 31% share in the system. All the items of FMCG sector which are procured through the system amount to 30%. Purchased through Prozorro Market, we'd like to reach 60%. Would we be able to reach this goal? I don't know. Maybe we'll speak about that on our next forum next year. But in any case, we work with large procuring agencies and small procuring agencies. We extend lists of items, and support sector is very active. It receives a lot of feedback. We will continue extending the assortment, and we'll try to introduce more categories into Prozorro Market. Thank you very much. I'd like to also speak about technical improvements of the system. We spoke a bit about the contracts, and Yaroslav has mentioned the plans as regards to the further development of Prozorro Market system. Maybe you can share a bit of information on what procuring agencies should get prepared for in the light of technical improvements and further elaboration of the system. Well, I forgot already to say about our portal. We have updated it already because an old portal was created on a language which didn't allow us to introduce new functionality. We are very grateful to all the users for your feedback because that helps us to improve the system and to eliminate errors. From our contact center, from our clients, we received a lot of feedback what should be changed. Thank you very much for all that. Well, basically, I have outlined everything already from the technical point of view. The main challenge for us and for our platforms is integration of AI. They already started testing it, and for Prozorro, it is also challenging. Natalia Shimko has written a column about AI on different procurement platforms. Well, we are considering where it can be used, in what ways, and of course it could be the price. So we would see prices for specific products. At the same time, we are considering the possibility of using AI to protect the system, to see vulnerabilities before somebody uses them. Because every system, as Prozorro Market is, could be abused. Also, we are considering the idea of analyzing tender documents, and here we're speaking about potential clients for whom it could be interesting and how it can be scaled up. Also, we consider integration with Dream. This is the second stage. The first stage is already completed. We are now working on the stage 2, and integration with the eBSD register to exchange data with them. It is also important to see ultimate beneficiaries in the system. At the moment, we are updating our API in cooperation with the Ministry of Justice to have this information on ultimate beneficiaries in the system. Well, so everything goes along the plan. I believe that at the end of the year we will be able to speak more about what have been implemented, what haven't. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have just a few minutes for the last question. We speak a lot about procurement agencies and about values which the system creates for the state and for the users. At the same time, we spoke that it stimulates and incentivizes local producers. I'd like to ask what impact of this tool, in your opinion, on the development of local producers, local market? May I start, please? One of advocacy explanations of what we have started in 2023 as regards to medical procurements, that was actually the issue of national producer. I've made an analysis, and if we would compare the prices for medical products and devices in Ukraine and abroad, and produced in Ukraine and abroad, in Ukraine then will be much cheaper. And I personally prepared a table demonstrating that if the system will provide benefits for competitiveness, then we'll have more procurements from national producers. Also, we have conducted another analysis, and we have demonstrated that introduction of electronic catalog increased the share of Ukrainian producers. So the sales from national producers demonstrated growth. So I believe that in all areas where we can find Ukrainian producers and manufacturers, we can reach that, and I believe they can have a lot of interest in being listed in electronic catalog. It may help us to reach higher sales rates. Sometimes, definitely, other factors may affect that, but nevertheless, I believe that as to medications, that's something which can support local or national producers. If we speak about food products, for this category, diversification is higher. How the introduction of these products into the system impacted the market? Well, I've mentioned already that that market of food products is full of opportunities, and local businesses have an opportunity to sell their goods to the state. I don't like any kind of advertisements to make, but public procurements have never been easier as today. It is very simple to enter the procurement market, and in our system, suppliers are qualified in 1.5 days. Qualification requirements are minimal and very simple. So once qualified, then they can sell their goods to the state for 3 years. If talking in general, I wouldn't concentrate my attention on food products only. Well, the approximate share of SMEs on Prozorro Market is now approximately 40% from all the suppliers. It's quite a significant share, and they take almost 70 or 80% of deals, and considering 100 billion turnover of the Prozorro market, we can, well, we can calculate, would like to what is an impact for local producers and the benefit for them. Well, thank you very much. I see a very aggressive reminder that our panel is almost over. Thanks to all the panelists for discussing so many important issues. Where are we heading in developing the e-catalogue and Prozorro Market? I believe that we have given more clarity for all the attendees regarding where the system is going to develop. That's all for this panel. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause to all the panelists of the first panel. It was very contentful.
Проводить
May I remind you about the opportunity to ask questions of speakers? So you have to scan your QR codes on the reverse of the badge. And at the end of panel 3, you will get, I hope, answers to your questions. Now I will give the floor to our moderator of the second panel, Alina Gavrashenko. She's head of training in state-owned enterprise professional procurement. Alina, over to you. Thank you very much. Dmytro has told you about our training arm, and I will continue. To me, it is extremely symbolic to be a moderator of this panel, because we will be speaking about the full cycle of procurement through Prozorro Market, and very soon we will have the second training for suppliers and procuring agencies. And today, our panelists will all be trainers of our course. So I will give the floor to Danilo Poshtar, Administrative Director, Prozorro Market, Pavlo Nazarok, Deputy Director of Public Procurement Department at Ukrzaliznytsia, Ukrainian Railways, Nelly Stelmach, she's a procurement expert, and she is in charge of procurement for one of the Armed Forces of Ukraine units. Thank you very much for your support. Then Anna Medvednikova. Anna is a former Director of Public Procurement Department in the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine. And Director General of the State-owned Enterprise Medical Procurement of Ukraine, Oleg Klots. Thank you very much. So we are going to discuss the full cycle of procurement via electronic marketplace. Anna, my first question is to you. Others can add, if they so wish, to what Anna tells us. So, speaking about the beginning of public procurement, it is important to get well prepared for the entire procedure. So what are the key hints or tips that you can give those who prepare to engage in procurement? Planning is important, and planning is always about data, and the reliable and timely data. So you plan in order to look at the thresholds, planning the instruments. It can be Prozorro Market or it can be public procurement through open tenders or other procedures, and it is essential for one to understand that the source of data or sources of data can be varied. You can rely on public sources of Prozorro, information about what's being procured systematically, what's the scope of such regular procurements, for you to understand that those procurement will be recurrent next year as well. Then information about the procuring agencies or contracting authorities. What are the planned projects, and you can see what procurement steps would be associated with those projects. Then you should understand the mechanisms of interaction with the internal contracting entities. Sometimes people complain that they don't know who is in charge of what. What's the internal chain of responsibility? So improvement and formalization of processes of information collection about your own needs, then communication and role allocation are all very important for the participants to understand at what stage they should get engaged. Another source of information is about the stock management data. So not only do we have to know what we need to procure, but we should also know what contracts are still outstanding, what are the inventories that we still possess, to plan further or future procurement. And for that, you can use electronic catalog, which will reduce the time frames for the procurement, and you have to have certain leeway in terms of time for your procurement to be successful. If the counterpart fails to fulfill the contract properly, then you should have mechanisms for the termination of the contract and seek an alternative, and hence the need to have this maneuver in time, in terms of time. Thank you very much, Anna. Yes, indeed, planning is essential, but in addition to that, it is critical to define the estimate value of the procurement. So my question goes to Pablo, but if Nella could also add, I would be thankful. So our training has a separate module on estimated price, and there are very interesting hints and pieces of advice that we give to our trainees. So when it comes to estimate price, oftentimes contracting authorities or entities face challenges. So what would you advise in terms of market analysis, how to find to what extent prices can be dynamic? Yeah, thank you for this question, but 1 hour would not be enough to discuss this issue. First of all, I do agree that the estimate price calculation is a cornerstone of successful procurement. So, inexperienced procurement expert is always afraid of facing the bad faith supplier. So at the same time, if you understate the estimate value at least by 1 hryvnia, then there would be complaints on the part of the controlling authorities. So it is quite a challenge, and a solution can be seen in the calculation of estimate price as part and parcel of your work with market. It's not an isolated process. If you've analyzed the technical requirements of your internal contracting authority and whether they are in line with the market, then you will understand what documents are required and what for. You won't have 200 100 different documents that have nothing to do with the situation and the market. But if you know what the terms of remuneration are acceptable for the market, whether the delivery terms are aligned with those in the market, whether do you know the price actually thresholds in the market. If you've worked with the market with high quality, if you solicited bids from the most active market participants, then you will have good tenders or good bids, and you will have very good participants or bidders, and you won't have problems with calculating estimate price. So I would focus on working with the market. Nelly, while planning your own operations and thinking of how to calculate estimate price, what would you focus on? Yes, indeed, estimate price is what everyone thinks about. When the criterion is not just the price, but also other non-price criteria like quality or critical time frames, but sometimes you won't be able to prove the critical importance of the latter to your own managers or to the controlling authorities, then the electronic catalog steps in. Goods are standardized. We know what to expect of them, particularly when we know the administrators' profiles. And the methodology for the estimate price calculation enables us to use the Prozorro Market as an open source of information about the market. And we can use the tools that are available there that are free of charge and that every procurement expert should know how to use. That's BI Prozorro. There is section 23 about estimate price in Prozorro Market. You choose the code of the catalog, you choose the name of the profile. It doesn't always work, but for the majority of cases it does, particularly when it comes, for example, for a certain military unit. And you can find the profile of the specific type of goods and or say consumables, etc. And you will look at the certain time frame, say the last month or last month and a half, and you will have the average way price and median price, and you will know that these are the minimum accepted prices, and you have to play with them a bit for you to have a clear idea what estimate price was when you use the catalog. When I participate in other types of competitive bids, if it is allowed, and if we have one source contracts, I nonetheless would rely on the prices in the catalog as a source of main information about estimate price. It does come in handy because when you come to work with the market, to communicate with market participants under the pressure of short time frames, particularly when it comes to defense procurement. And if you ask for actually bids for quotations once or twice, and then you never buy from that supplier, then they will never come to your fourth request. Right, and they are, or they can be, a very reliable source of information about the previous procurements, where contracts have already been awarded, signed, and are being implemented. But when it comes to the prices in Prozorro Market, you can look at the whole list of suppliers who've got contracts for the supply of the items that you're interested in. And even when you procure procure not through the catalog, but through other procedures as an analytical tool, it still is very operational. And it will enable you to find the mail list of potential people who can answer your questions. And if you look at the maximum or the minimum, the average weight or medium price, then every time you have to conduct a mini project of market study or market analysis, and the procurement expert should know the market. You can't know everything, of course, but the major problem is that very few procuring experts or procuring agents within procuring entities are well versed in markets. So when it comes to the procurement of, say, hardware or FMCGs, then I tell my trainees that I can show them all of the profiles in the marketplace, and they can opt for the simplified procurement. And 70% of my internal procuring agents do find what they need. And then we have to write the request for tenders or request for quotations. And another advice that I can give you when you fail to find information on Prozorro Market, use charming, procure goods. And if you have time, then you can add a certain type of goods to the market, and then you will see what the quotations are. Thank you very much. You focused on the need to work with electronic catalog. It isn't often that the procuring entities will ask us to add a certain type of goods or provide information, but the catalog is very handy in calculating this price.
Next question is about work with the catalog. Daniel, I'd like to ask you a question. What practical advices you'd like to give which can make procuring agencies' life easier? Thank you. I'll supplement to the previous speaker, Nele. There is not only the button to extend the list of items, there is a separate section, and there it is possible to add characteristics and items. So if no profile was found in the market, you can pass us on the characteristics, and we will add this to the platform, and we'll actually, as to the advices on planning the procurements, very often we face a situation when there is a procuring agency which planned procurement at the beginning of the year and believes that it would be simple, and in October they open the website and cannot find a specific category of items or goods, or something that is not in line with their expectations. We could help them, but in any case, we have planning, we have schedules, and so on, and we are not able to do it very quickly. So in cases you find yourselves in such situation, please do refer to us as early as possible, so we would have time to introduce necessary amendments into the system. As to the expected value, well, the analysis of the market is right thin. It works for large entities which conduct more than 100 procurements per year. For smaller institutions, it's more difficult, and Prozorro prices analysis might help with that for smaller procuring agencies and entities. Now there is A problem with that, well, it's only possible to calculate the number per item if only one item is there. Starting from this year, we have introduced the possibility to introduce the price for a single item. And I know that some platforms already provide this information on their websites too. At the same time, we receive calls regarding that. Well, it allows us to analyze broader spectrum of information and to see the price per item, and that gives us an opportunity to calculate the price of 1 kilogram of carrot in a specific region or oblast. Well, at the same time, I'd like to introduce our colleagues to improve the functionality of indication of prices in Prozorro Market, because it will help with sorting and price setting. As to advices, I've already mentioned few. Procurement agencies can provide the feedback regarding any information they see on the platform about profiles, categories of goods, items, and so on. We do our best to optimize this process. We standardize forms. We provide feedback all the time. And I know that, well, procurement agencies do not use all the available tools. At the same time, we invite you to navigate through our website to investigate its opportunities and functionalities. If something is missing or is not clear, please refer to us. We'll do our best to improve that. Also, from our experience, I see that procurement agencies already understand some functionalities and items and categories on our platform, but from the point of view of the interface, the different platforms, it's not very convenient. It's not possible to select a set of procurements in which suppliers can participate, but at the same time, it is possible to check this information through the DK category code. It is possible to list the items in category and respective suppliers, and if necessary number of suppliers is missing, you can invite suppliers. We consider applications during 1 working day. It's very quick. If something is necessary, for example, to include a supplier to the system, you can provide their contact details to us, and will help them to go through qualification. Well, I've been speaking so long, maybe we can move on to the next question. Thank you, Danilo. During the previous panel discussion, Yevhen has mentioned that among procurers, majority of them, they are not non-professionals. They don't know how to work professionally with the catalog on Prozorro Market. And if we speak about the fact that procurers mostly learn how to work with the catalog on their own, they definitely end up with mistakes in this regard. The panelists, what mistakes should procurers avoid when using a catalog? Thank you for this question. It's very interesting. Well, I'll start from the basics. Information is very important in our life. So I would call the procuring agencies and suppliers to be careful with all the information they provide in the system. What regards to the procuring agencies, well, we often face a request that some item or good is missing, but here I'd like to draw attention that maybe it's not always the fact. Sometimes searching for the right item or good requires some effort. To get the item or good you'd like to get, you have to foresee all the necessary conditions in the agreement and not to sign the acts or receipts for goods which are not in line with the expectations as requirements. So basically, that's all I wanted to say. Well, you see, Ivan Laktionov has already mentioned that we've already heard, and this module is already ready, and release is going to be rolled out soon. And for the next year, you already will have this opportunity, and you will be able to introduce price information more accurately. As regards to mistakes to avoid, well, there are plethora of them, but they are rather minor ones, and they relate to user experience, having no understanding of peculiarities. You may end up with some problems. First of all, do not pay too much attention to pictures of the items and goods, because they don't always reflect actual goods. First of all, look into characteristics described regarding a specific item. Second, there are two ways of procurements. First one when you announce specification, and second one when you can choose from characteristics of the items. Here, there is no identifier of the item for which you announce the procurement. You announce procurement for characteristics. For example, for a furniture, you can end up with the list of different items. For computer equipment, for Asus, there could be different, like KPU, RAM, and so on, which could be present in different items. Therefore, you should check the characteristics and which could be chosen and proposed by suppliers too. Also, do not try to introduce proposals regarding the items which is not present in the catalog. If you couldn't find it, when you believe that you will be able to end up with an agreement with the supplier, you will only end up with the difficulties. We have crowdsourcing mechanism. If you see that there is a need in some item and you have it, but it is not present in the system, you can refer to us. If you see the procurement and you see no item or goods for it, you can refer to us, and we will add respective goods and items very quickly. Thank you very much. Now we are moving to, I believe, the most interesting part of our discussion. We are going to talk about the part when procurement agencies have already had procurement procedure, and then the supplier doesn't act in line with the requirements of agreement or tries to change the requirements. I have a question to Nelia, Oleg. What procurement agency should indicate in the agreement to secure themselves from such risks? Well, first of all, how to execute the contract, what are going to be sanctions, and bank guarantee, of course, if the amount of procurement allows it, because it's not a good idea for all the procurements. It could be a good tool to ensure execution of the contract, which is going to stimulate the supplier to keep performing properly in line with contractual agreements. Let me continue. If you're talking about implementing commitments according to the agreement, we should speak about actual preparation of the agreement. Our typical agreement is approximately 60 pages long, and we have there everything what we could imagine. For me, it's important to envisage time frames for supply, sanctions, channels for communication, and settlement of quality disputes. Also, it is very important to indicate sanctions and fines for non-supply or non-timely supply. Well, the best way is to take as example agreements of other procuring agencies. And Mrs. Nella, well, I will agree with my colleagues that quality of agreement is very important for the actual execution of the contract. Requirements are important. The deadline for supply we indicated when we announce the procurement, but it also should be reflected in the agreement. As to the sanctions and fines, it is mandatory. Our legislation is changing so actively. Economic code was abolished. So if you, well, some provisions were there, but nevertheless, if you believe that sanctions should be there, please do include it into the template of your agreement and revise it for references to economic code, because it's necessary to exclude such provisions, such references. Well, now you should introduce these references as actual provisions on fines and sanctions. Also, it is important to list the documents which should accompany goods or items to be supplied. You should look closely into it, and you should work both with the internal procures and with accounting departments, with finance, to obtain a list of documents which should be provided for them to log everything into books. For example, quality certificate, invoice for supplied products, and Delivery and Acceptance Act, and so on. So we usually use such documents, and also there are some additional requirements related to military reporting. That's on us already, but as to general documents, we ask our suppliers not to offer us equivalents of items and goods the next day after the procurement was completed. Sometimes it happens that some items and goods were not included into the catalog because something has changed, something minor has changed. Well, we usually fix the decision on that in an additional agreement. Well, sometimes it happens we can solve it like that, but if the item is not in line with our expectations, we reject it, and we can do that only by written request, and In case we receive such letter and we do not agree with that, we treat it as a rejection to conclude the agreement. There is another aspect of this. Agreements are related to legislation. The resolution 822 on the function of electronic catalog directly indicates what documents, the list of documents, major documents, which should be submitted by the supplier to be accredited. Unfortunately, partially discriminatory criteria is missing there as regards to the term of the date of registration or the period of existence of the supplier. We had a year there. It was my personal situation. We have announced a procurement through the e-catalogue, and a participant who only existed 17 days came to us to participate. And well, I looked into this information into document of this supplier, and all 10 documents were issued during 10 days and with the same individual entrepreneur. So we have concluded the agreement because the items were in line with our requirements. And our internal military law enforcers came and we had a rhetorical question that what could we do? We could do nothing. Well, of course, even despite it's an obligation of an administrative catalog, I always look into the information about the supplier. I'm going to conclude the agreement, and I envisage the risks. Here, I envisaged the risks that if goods are not going to be supplied, what we are going to do? Well, here in this particular case, we have a delay, and even before the delay, we already had a plan how we are going to minimize the risks related with non-supply of these goods. And I understand that this period of existence, it might be of a discriminatory nature, but maybe we then should amend our legislation because it's not possible to correct that with the agreement. And an administrator has no right to reject the accreditation because the resolution 822 defines specific procedure for that, and there is nothing about that. Well, maybe there should be something like it's for an open tender for all types of tenders, but that's not the question to the administrator, but rather to lawmakers.
This issue has been addressed in amendments to Resolution 822. You will be able to actually turn down the suppliers. We had similar situations with the same individual entrepreneur as potential supplier. But as matters stand, we haven't found a good solution, and we have to write to the law enforcement about it. But we are not sure that the documents were actually faked, which doesn't know that the procurement would be effected timely and with good quality. Even such kind of a supplier can make sure that you've got high quality goods on time. Thank you very much. Thank you. You've raised a topic of how to work with suppliers. About 6 months ago, we carried out a study, a fairly large-scale one, covering more than 300 responders. And then we conducted in-depth interviews with various contracting agencies to elicit from them information about pros and cons of working with the catalog. And we had those interviews on the phone. And then I realized that problematic or bad faith suppliers should have a separate place in hell. So my next question is about how to tackle bad faith suppliers. What can be done, what should be done, if the call for bids was won by the bad faith supplier who would not respond to your attempts to contact them, and or else supply different goods than you ordered. Yeah, when you talk to the contracting entities, they usually say that the major problem is bad faith suppliers who want to replace the original goods or the contracted goods with something else. And we've got a safeguard that should have worked well and would have certain implications for the suppliers of this sort if they don't sign the contract, or so they should send you written refusal to sign the contract. So far, we've banned 17 bad faith suppliers, or blacklisted 17 bad faith suppliers, which might mean that there are very few of those. Again, I don't think this is the case, and that will mean that you don't complain. You do not report your misfortunes with such suppliers. So you can either complain to the Anti-Monopoly Committee, or you can go to the administrators and fill in the complaint form. And then the administrators will blacklist some of the suppliers. But if those are different administrators, you would not have the whole blacklist. So I don't know when the Prozorro representatives would integrate this blacklist into the overall system. But we hope once they do it, then the contracting authorities, the procuring entities will have this blacklist. But don't be lazy to complain about bad faith suppliers, so that the entire community know what's going on. And so if that happens to you, then we don't know how to find remedies for such situations. But if suppliers know that each their faux pas is reported in the system and that the contracting authority does complain, then perhaps they won't run the risk. I would like to agree with Danilo. There is a simple answer and a fuller, more elaborate answer. The simple answer is that if the successful bidder refuses to sign the contract, then you go to number 2, because you worked with the market well, you know the situation well. And if the potential supplier fails to respect the time frames, then there's the bank guarantees, there's your contract, and there's the fine for failure to deliver on time. So in each of those cases, don't forget to notify the administrator so that people know about such violations of the contracts or breaches of contract, and so that such suppliers are blacklisted. But when it comes to the more elaborate answer, it depends on whether you are a large or a smaller procuring agency, and whether you understand your technical terms and conditions, your specifications, whether you take them from the market profile or whether you talk to the potential suppliers and you use their information for your specifications. If you don't go beyond this effort, then you should blame yourselves. Then the question of the acceptance of the goods or services provided by the suppliers. If you know what to check, how to check that, then you will address part of the problem. And part of the bad faith suppliers would be thus sifted off. You may say, qualification is okay, but sometimes they even say, I check their product, I check their goods, so I know that if it is bad quality, then I will follow the contract because it describes in detail what to do in such a case. If there is a breach of contract, then I will take you to court. And amongst suppliers, there are very few of those who would run the risk of going to court or being brought to court. Right, and they will try to deliver properly on their obligations under contract. And you have to answer your own question: to what extent is this product strategically important? If this supplier supplies you with the key product or item of goods, you will have to negotiate with them to define what you can and you can't do. The supplier, for example, wants to change technical requirements or specifications, and you will say, no, that's inadmissible. That's a no-go. So, and if the supplier says that we can't bring you this product within the time frames, but I can deliver, say, 20 days later, then it's a different story. You can agree to postpone the delivery time. Right? It won't come at such a great loss to you. So the second thing is you have to understand the situation. You have to appreciate the interests and the purposes or motives of your counteragent or counterparty. And you should understand what to do if you fail to reach an agreement during such negotiations. You might announce another tender urgently. There should be a plan B every time. And if you come well prepared, then you will find a solution if it is a strategic partner, counterpart, and if it is a strategic type of goods for you. Otherwise, you should bring them to court. Now, speaking about the processes, in my practice, it so happens that a contract is prepared by one person, procurement or tender conducted by another, and the contract is being monitored by a third person, and they might not appreciate the nature of the contract. They know the service or the goods that should be supplied, but they don't know the subtleties of the contract terms and conditions. And now we in HR exchange information about contracts, and sometimes we see that instead of a formal process of exchanging information about their requests, they share data in chats. And when the question arises why the goods were not supplied on times, it transpires that there is no formalized chain of steps to be taken if the time frames are not properly observed. So within your internal processes and procedures, you should have a full understanding of who does what, and at what stage you should ask a question whether I acted correctly, whether I did everything required and to a sufficient extent. And if you see that the contract or the supplier fails to perform, then you should take steps. Because going to bank guarantees and thinking of litigation, that's not what the procurement agents or procurement experts within contracting authorities are well versed with. So communication is important. And then if we know if the time frames are very tough and you want to sign a contract a day before the delivery should be effected, you don't have any space for maneuver. And the fault should be then assigned to both contracting authority, the procurement agent within that, and the suppliers. Sometimes the fulfillment of a contract can be problematic because of the contracting authority. Just if you sign a contract and then the goods should be delivered on the next day, it's not acceptable. Now, Prozorro enables you to be very specific about the deadlines of supplies of goods or services. For example, 15 days upon the signing of contract, and that is a safeguard against the situation whereby you have to turn down the first two successful bidders, then the other one will have only 2 days to fulfill the contract. So think about it in advance. So many contracting authorities will think about the number of days upon signing the contract. So what to do when the counterpart fails to communicate with you? On the day when I press the button that I accept the market proposal, then I will have the template of the letter, esteemed successful bidder, your bid has been accepted, so please sign the contract. And I send it via the platform. If they fail to respond within a day or two, then I would call them. If it takes longer than 4 days, then I have the document that I applied all reasonable effort to have this contract signed. And then there is an issue of calculating 5 days whereby within which we cannot sign the contract. And I usually complain if the successful bidder, the supplier, would not respond to my letter. And even though there is no monitoring by the state institution over the response of the suppliers. On Monday, I turned down this potential supplier who failed to respond to my letter on Sunday. So, and I wrote the letter to the Ministry of Economy and the professional procurement enterprise for them to interpret the timeframes for me so that I could calculate it correctly. So, and there is some discrepancy in how we interpret the very, last time frame or the deadline. So when Mavic drones are being supplied, there is a group of companies that are related amongst themselves, and they keep playing with us, and we can't do anything in practice, unfortunately. The same group in hardware, everyone knows about them, but then they will establish a new legal entity, and then they will participate in tenders. I hope that the new law will actually rule this this loophole out. Thank you. And if I could add, do plan your own risks. Even before you start the procurement, think of what to do if not a single potential supplier turns up. What if you can't sign a contract with the suppliers? What happens if your bid is cancelled or called off? So think of all of the, eventualities. Thank you. Continue the topic of safeguards against bad faith suppliers. I would like to ask Danilo and Oleg whether there are plans to set up, to create such safeguards within the system. And if yes, what can it look like in the future, in practice? I'll try, if I may. Fortunately or unfortunately, we are not lawmakers, nor do we develop regulations to tell you how they should be settled in legislation, say primary or secondary. But in practice, when there is a group of individual entrepreneurs who rush to a tender and make it impossible to conduct, so we've learned how to be able to block them. And I would like to thank everyone who contributed to that. But when it comes to the good faith suppliers, at the stage of pre-qualification and qualification, we request also excerpt from their bank account that would confirm the previous deliveries of similar goods. It is a safeguard of sorts. Speaking about the system in general, we are looking forward to the adoption of the new law. I hope it will make the entire market more transparent, and some of the bad faith suppliers will be sifted off automatically. Now, if we think twice about this question and look at the catalogue without being participant of this catalogue, you might think that all of the safeguards have been put in place. The pre-qualification of suppliers, their previous experience is being checked. Then technical specifications should, in the ideal world, ensure the proper quality of the goods or services. And the suppliers do not actually manufacture those goods, but they choose them from the market. And there are certain mechanisms in terms of the quality control or else procedural matters, but nonetheless problems happen. And the suppliers are very creative, as we've heard. And when paper is being procured and the actually density of paper is indicated on the packaging, then to make sure that it is so, you have to take them to the research institution or to a forensic institution to actually test the quality of this paper. Yeah, it takes time and money, and it should be part of the contract, of course. Yeah, with paper it's easy, but with more sophisticated goods, it's not always that you can check every minute detail. And even though it seems that the system is so tuned that it should, again, sift off the bad faith suppliers, there's always opportunity that there would be a gap. And it seems that if you have nothing to offer, you won't participate in the tender. But that's not always the case. Sometimes, particularly if the participation in the bids is free of charge, the bidders might be even those who don't have any goods to offer. So compared to the open tenders, it might be a problem. So what can help is electronic contracting, because it's all about behavior by the contracting authorities and the suppliers. If the suppliers do not respond to your letter of award, then you perhaps shouldn't wait for 5 days and try to contact them in a different way. And their idea is being mooted now with the administrators, perhaps to have a rating of suppliers, but that's difficult to implement in practice. So unless it is regulated by law. So we would like to encourage suppliers to behave well. And so far, we haven't found a solution here or a proper approach to educating suppliers. So the electronic complaining system and electronic contracting will or should help. And there is another idea that Dmytro mentioned when suppliers are in cahoots to actually behave similarly in different cases. So you should complain to the Anti-Monopoly Committee for them to blacklist those suppliers. So, but the complaint consideration takes long, sometimes up to a year, while the Anti-Monopoly Committee takes its decision. But nonetheless, write to us, complain to us, report to us, report those cases to us. Yeah, so we will try to somehow blacklist such suppliers on our own. Okay, we still have a couple of minutes, and I would like to ask a question of Pavlo.
So you've mentioned how it's better to organize negotiations with suppliers. Maybe you can share some life hacks for negotiations which could be applied to end up with a high quality procurement and to find common positions with the supplier. While I have a separate block in my educational program, in my opinion, first of all, before the procurement, there should be work with the market. This is a key to safeguard yourself from any problems. Limited participation then cause you problems. If there is, well, something important, I would say that work with market is that's what you should do. Another important aspect for key categories, you should develop your relationships with the suppliers. You should understand the market, main players, and so on. Well, if you don't have such a problem like somebody calls you and says, we cannot send you goods because the price went up. It's a bad case scenario. Otherwise, you should have a discussion with the supplier who that the price will increase in some time, then it helps to build up a dialogue. Thank you, colleagues. I'd like to draw attention that Anna, Nelia, Pavlo, Danilo are representatives of the educational course. Oleg, unfortunately, is not yet, of course, but we are going to work on that. Thank you very much for such a vivid discussion. Thank you for being honest. Thanks to participants for your attention. And this, our panel is over. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause to the participants of this second panel discussion. Thank you all. Dear all, I'd like to inform you that today we already received a lot of very useful and interesting information, food for thought. At the same time, I'd like to invite you not just have food for your thoughts, but also food for your stomach. Let me invite you to lunch and let's meet in 1 hour here again.
Шановні пані та панове, ми готові.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's continue. I see you are all recharged. I'd like to remind you that we have an interactive communication. Ask a question to a speaker. You can use your QR code on your page to ask a question to a speaker, and the answers will be provided after the third panel. Now, let's get started with the third panel. I'd like to invite the expert from EU for PFM project, Alexander Shatkovsky. Now I'd like to invite my colleagues, Eric Smezalis, manager of procurement stream of our project, Valery Sherhin, head of the Department on Public Procurement, Ministry and Economy, and Tiago Liete, who is from Lisbon, who is one of founders of Portugal CSO. So, I'd like to express my gratitude to all who are still with us. It's quite difficult to survive after the lunch. As my director said, make after lunch great again. I hope that this session is going to be interesting, and I'd like to offer us all to get out from our comfortable bubble of catalogs and dynamic procurements. First sessions demonstrated the progress and demonstrated success story. Let's have a look into innovations and experiences of others. As Mr. Movchan said, something new is coming, and I hope that the next year we will already be speaking about the adopted law as a fact which has finally happened. So I'd like to express the colleagues, Metro, Evhen, and all others who have been speaking about innovations to be implemented in the procurement system in general, and as regards to the operations of Prozorro Market, we understand that these innovations are aimed at solving problems which we all face in our practice, and also we remember that majority of these innovations come from the EU. E-contracting, e-invoicing, dynamic purchasing systems, and complaints filed through marketplaces. That's all what is already implemented in the European Union and which is operational in their systems. All these innovations now should be implemented in our Ukrainian legal and technical environment to be in line with this new law which is still coming, and to provide new opportunities to businesses, to public authorities, and procuring agencies. So I'd like to start from addressing Eric's. He's going to present us a brief overview of innovations which we expect to see in the new law, specifically using such tools as electronic marketplaces. Let us get familiar with this term. It will be in the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Sasha. Hello again, dear colleagues, dear friends. Indeed, as Sasha kindly said, we have been working quite a lot with the new public procurement law together with Valery and his team. And during our work, we also had an opportunity to make some assumptions, some prognosis on how the new public procurement law, when adopted, will, let's say, adjust a little bit the approach to centralized purchasing, because the new law is based on the EU directives. This is Ukraine's obligation as a EU candidate country to implement the conditions of the directives. And also to support those ideas, we know that there is a big years, decades long practice of the European Union on how the centralized procurement is being made. So I think in the end of the day, this practice will be combined with Ukraine's achievements. You know, when we heard already today that there are many of them, there are very good approaches. All in all, the opinion is that we should adjust a little bit some things in order, first of all, to be fully compliant with the EU acquis, but secondly, not to lose those achievements, those very good results that we already have. And I will mention here three things. First thing is the procedure, you know, how the goods, how the procurement items get into our solution, our electronic catalog, our electronic marketplace. And so if we look to the European Union directives, which will be implemented into public procurement law, we should choose one of the procedures and one of the tools on how to operate the system. What is good thing, you know, of course, the EU law can also be debatable. It also can be criticized like any law in any country. But personally, what I think is good approach in the EU directives is that it has the set of procedures and set of procurement tools, and you can combine almost every procedure with every tool. So you can choose the most convenient, the most flexible way that you would like. And as the colleagues already mentioned today, one of the ways is to apply the so-called dynamic purchasing system to the ways on how the goods are entered, how the goods enter into the electronic marketplace. It means that we are doing the procedure, so-called restricted procedure or restricted tender or closed tender. There are different, different acronyms, different concepts for it. But the main idea is that the first stage is pre-qualification. There is an open call, open notice. Anybody who wants apply, we run the qualification process, we check the exclusion grounds, and if we use a dynamic purchasing system, then everyone gets into it at first. If we use different tools, then maybe the process is a little bit different. But these are maybe the details for the further implementation. So essentially, I understand that there is some, maybe understanding or agreement that this might be one of the best ways how can we approach this. And this is also the way what we see in the European Union countries. Basically, every central purchasing body uses open or restricted procedure to create or to supply the catalog, the marketplace, and then uses either the dynamic purchasing system or the framework agreement, how to further operate the catalog, how to make the call downs, how to get the client together with the supplier. This process has established itself as very well working, and so I think that giving the high level of implementation and sophistication that we already have today, personally I would think that it would work also quite well for us. Second thing which I would like to mention is the approach on how do we determine estimated value of procurement. So under the EU directives, if we have a centralized purchasing body, then this estimated value is determined at the level of the centralized purchasing body. So it means that if centralized purchasing body collects the needs from the clients and each client submits, let's say, a need for 10 computers, then this estimated value is calculated taking into account both of these, what did I said? 10 times 100, 1,000 computers. Why it is important? It is important because then, since we have this number, this estimated value, we are doing the procedure corresponding to it. And it will be knowing the level of Ukraine, knowing the size of Ukraine, knowing the size of the needs, and knowing also the numbers, the turnover of the catalog, which was already demonstrated today. This is just my assumption, and please feel free afterwards, to challenge me if you see differently. But I would say that still for the, entering those goods into the catalog, we will have to make EU level, tender procedure. Why am I saying this is that I think it's very hard for the centralized purchasing bodies in the European Union to make those procurements under the threshold procurements, because if you gather the big amount of the supplies, then the next step is to make the tender at the level correspondingly to the amount of these supplies. And this is nothing actually complicated in the practice. We see in the EU member states the centralized purchasing bodies making procurements for the each category of goods corresponding to the value that they have. And I think this would also be some sort of implication from the new public procurement law and from the rules determining the estimated value. And the third thing is that, which might have some adjustments. It is that also when it comes to the centralized procurement, those procurements need to be subject to the national review body. In Ukraine, it's anti-monopoly committee. And so the idea is that both the decision on the inclusion, the supplier into the dynamic purchasing system or framework agreement can be challenged into the review body. And also, to some extent, the call downs. So these, let's say, the way on how the client connects to the supplier can also be challenged to the national review body, which again here for us in Ukraine is anti-monopoly committee. And here perhaps you might ask, but is really, what will happen if the very small call downs, let's say in the value of 1,000 or 2,000 hryvnias will be challenged to the AMCU, is this even feasible? There are some national thresholds, we can set some national limits, but the idea is that these decisions, just like every decision of the contracting authority or contracting entity, according to the EU regulatory framework, must be subject to potential appeals into the national review body. So these ideas already have been discussed. For sure, we will work together with all of them, and I'm sure that they will not they will not make any obstacles to the operation of the centralized purchasing bodies and to the Prozorro market, because we've seen today and we know that all the foundations are very well in place. The approach is very good. The numbers are growing, so to say. We just probably, this is again my opinion and the project opinion, we just need to make a very small adjustments, and then we are both efficient and both fully, in line with the EU acquis. And again, this is what we expect to be, when the public procurement law is adopted. We are hoping that it will happen soon. And so maybe my last point before I give floor back to our moderator, Sasha, is that I think in every EU member state, there is this debate, to what extent the centralized purchasing must be mandatory. And just we have decided here in Ukraine, the general consensus is that without having the mandatory, obligation to purchase, it will be very hard for the central purchasing bodies to secure the necessary volume. There is always some people in any country, any also EU member country, who says, no, we want to keep our procurements to ourselves, this is important. And just to avoid these kind of situations, it is very good approach, I think, to have the mandatory, because this is the practical way on how it works. Of course, we can always have the discussion, and I believe we have already had some discussions in Ukraine, lots of discussions, lots of dialogue, how it could be done, whether we should have a mandatory everything for everyone, whether municipalities would have some space, to buy for themselves, what kind of items could be standardized and put into the catalog. This is the very healthy debate which happens everywhere. Again, and probably there is no answer to this debate. It's always adjusted, as the life goes forward, we can always adjust this idea. But the main idea that first of all, we have EU compliant public procurement procedure, and then we have a mandatory obligation, for some contracting authorities for particular procurement items use the catalog, is very well known, understood, and is very well practiced also in Europe. So in this aspect, we are also fully in line with the happenings and with the trends. So these are the points. We will continue working with together. We very much hope that also the new public procurement law is adopted soon. And of course, no doubt that maybe next year, as we convene here, we will be able to see even, more steps forward and more achievements than we see today. Thank you.
Дякую, Ерікс.
Thank you, Eric, for a brief but very informative presentation of the key legal norms that regulate procurement with the use of the electronic marketplace. And I would like to give the floor to Tiago for him to tell us about Portuguese experience. Portugal was one of the first member states that started introducing electronic procurement and using electronic marketplace. Then logical, and from the standpoint of the system algorithms, there are a lot of commonalities because they've got several platforms united with the same database. So Tiago, the floor is yours.
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation, for being here. It's an honor for me to have the opportunity to share the experience of Portugal. I will start by presenting myself. So my name is Tiago. It's perhaps not easy to pronounce. I used to be a category and project manager at ESPAP. ESPAP is one of the major central purchasing bodies in Portugal. And I started there back in 2010, which is more or less the same time where we introduced e-procurement in Portugal. I would briefly explain you how is the model in Portugal in terms of e-procurement. So we have a decentralized market. There is a marketplace for e-procurement solutions. Each contracting authority can select one of the e-procurement marketplaces, if you want to call it that way, using a proper procedure based on the amount the amount that they will pay. On top of it, we have a centralized portal that collects all the relevant information on procurement that will obviously lead to a very transparent public procurement environment in the country. So I believe that our journey was actually quite a valuable case study. We started the introduction in 2009, and we at all times we had in mind a couple of topics. So we wanted to obviously comply with the legal framework, with the directives. We believed, as it is now in the directives, that there are some mandatory requisites that should be followed by suppliers to be present in such marketplaces. We are always looking for fair competition, and a specific concern that it was more or less mentioned here is the accessibility and integration of small and medium enterprises. So in Portugal is a very small country, as you may know. And I would say that 90 or 95% of the companies are small and medium enterprises. So one of the things that we had at all times in mind was actually the integration of those small and medium enterprises into the procurement system. So I said it's a decentralized model with several platforms. We have the central portal for transparency purposes. And as Eric's mentioned before, one of the things is that there is a pre-qualification period for the suppliers to meet some criteria and to be eligible to be part of these marketplaces. So we use an e-procurement system. We have a kind of a centralized, a dual model. So it's we have a set of centralized procurement bodies, and still each procuring entity can do some procurements. So how to decide whether the specific procurement should be made under the centralized procurement body or by the individual procuring agency is quite simple. So it's we took a category management approach. So basically the central procurement bodies, they look into the expenditure, and they select some priority categories that will be run through the central procurement body. We have mostly two, I would say, one specific for the health and another one which is more general for the public administration at a central level. So at local level, municipalities can still do their own procurements, and actually they can associate themselves in order to create a kind of a mini central procurement body for the regional effect. And so by using this category approach, we were selecting the major expenditure categories and the ones that were easily standardized, because this is quite important when we are talking about the marketplace. If we want to have a set of goods and services in the marketplace, we must look at standards. We must look at the standardized goods. And also, we must set some service level agreements that are feasible for the entire country. In the case of Portugal, it's quite simple, apart from some islands that we have there that still bring us some issues in terms of centralization. In a country like this, logistics, for instance, is quite a challenge for some of the suppliers. In order to ensure compliance and consistency in all of the processes, there is quite an important role for the central procurement bodies and also for the regulatory body, for INPIC. Well, some success stories from Portugal. So the e-procurement adoption became mandatory for contracts over 5,000 euros, which is quite a small amount. The use of centralized procurement and the use of dynamic purchasing systems and framework agreements. This is probably the most relevant thing about the model that we have in Portugal, because in the end, we ensure compliance, we ensure fair treatment of suppliers, we ensure transparency by setting either framework agreements, more a long-term view and more static view, or dynamic purchasing systems. Well, the name says it all. They are dynamic, so there is a repetitive process of competition to onboard new suppliers. And again, this would mean nothing if we hadn't placed quite an higher standard in terms of transparency by promoting this centralized portal. Some challenges that we faced. So some of you guys mentioned some challenges as well. You mentioned something about the contracts being electronically signed or something. Those were exactly some of the issues that we are facing. So for every tender that was run into the platform, we were requiring kind of complex electronic signatures and timestamping. Timestamping a bit expensive sometimes because, well, basically the SMEs, they were paying for the timestamps, and sometimes they were not being awarded the contract, so it was quite a challenge. And in the beginning, the electronic signatures were challenging as well, because many suppliers were not prepared to properly electronically sign the document, so they have seen some of their bids excluded due to a simple fact that they were not aware of how to use the solution. Some suppliers are vulnerable. SMEs face strict price competition, some pressure. You mentioned in the beginning that with the Prozorro Market, it's mostly based on price. So a procuring entity selects a product and it is awarded based on price. This brings extreme competition. Of course, it's good for the budget, but sometimes it's quite challenging for the suppliers, for the SMEs, and especially if the price is not properly balanced if the balance between the price and the service level agreements is not balanced. Well, some of you may have a little notion of geography of Portugal. In Portugal, I said we have continental Portugal, and then we have two autonomous regions that are islands. And we had this specific example. This is a true case of a framework agreement for office equipment, shares, for instance. And there was this contracting authority from one of the islands, actually from one of the remote places of the islands, that was purchasing a single chair. through the framework agreement, through the catalog. So you can imagine that this was quite challenging for the supplier that was selling 30 euros, 35 euros single share and deliver it to the remote place in an island. So this is something that we need to have in mind, to be balanced between, to have a balance between what we require from suppliers and what we can actually provide them. And what I mean by providing them is that we should set, depending on the items, depending on the categories that we are talking about, we should set reasonable service level agreements. So at that time, we thought that it was reasonable to make mandatory for the supplier to deliver any item in any place in the country. It is reasonable, but for some items, not for a share. That is the point. And so to finalize this first part of my intervention, I would say that we really need to balance the criteria when onboarding suppliers, when selecting suppliers. We need to balance price and requirements and service levels, and we need to have quite a good knowledge on the data. So that's good that here in Ukraine we are also using quite a lot of information coming from the data, because it's through the analysis of this information that we will be able to improve either a framework agreement, a dynamic purchasing system, or anything in the marketplace. So I would give the floor back to you.
Дякую, Тяго.
Thank you, Tiago. While you were speaking, it came to me that if one of the islands was in Azori Islands, so a lot of people would love to deliver something to that island.
Дропарк, Мадейра, вариант.
Yes, we've listened to Eric's about the legal norms of the directives and regulation of procurement and marketplace. Tiago gave us very interesting practical examples of how centralization was introduced into procurement on the electronic marketplace, decentralized centralization, so to say, and we can discuss this case of Portugal at a greater length. But now back to Ukraine, and we say that it's been for 2 years that we've expected the law to be adopted, but frankly speaking, it's one of the most sophisticated and complex pieces of legislation in any country, because it affects the lives and livelihoods of many businesses and individuals in this country and beyond. We are speaking about 30,000 people in procuring agencies. We are speaking about medical goods that help save lives or improve lives. We are speaking about trillions of hryvnias of the scope of procurement, save defense procurement without defense procurement, as you know. So this law should be very meticulously developed and analyzed. So before the first reading, it went through several rounds of consultations with stakeholders or with those who will have to implement it. And sometimes they have opposite interests. And we had to meet somewhere in the midway. And we also have to align our new legislation with the EU acquis. So, and it should be a piece of legislation that will be practically implementable, enforceable, and it would be kind of friendly to the potential implementers. So it takes time and effort, and it's better to spend time developing or drafting a high-quality law rather than introduce numerous amendments at a later stage. So I would like to ask Valerie to give us a very brief overview of the state of play today when it comes to this bill. We've heard that the bill has been sent to the European Commission for the fourth time between the readings, and we would be thankful for your highlighting the main novellas in regulation. Could you? Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank EU for PFM project and their team of experts. But for your support of this bill, it would have moved faster, but with greater number of flaws. Yes, indeed. Your support and your assistance have been invaluable. And over the long months of drafting, redrafting, revision of this bill, I would say it's only part of it about legislative drafting, but another part is about philosophy, the thinking behind it. And one of the greatest tasks that we set to ourselves was to fathom the philosophy behind the directive and other key acts that at first seemed fairly strange to some of us. Some of them even seemed outdated if you compare how the e-procurement market operates in Ukraine and in the MSs. Some of the proposals that we made were naive, some outright flawed, and some were fairly professional. So you had patience with us and you gave us lots of very useful tips. And we are still working on two other bills, procurement of utilities, like Ukrzaliznytsia, Ukrainian Railways, Naftogaz, that's gas and oil. And I believe that there should be separate, special laws for the people to be able to understand them, let alone implement them. So, and the time when the legislation is being drafted and revised, it also matters because it took decades of the EU to come up with this new directive. And all started with the European Commission eliciting contributions and ideas from all of the member states and even candidate states for them to come up with certain proposals and certain ideas of how the directive should be amended. And quite recently, the European Commission published the overview of the submitted proposals. And now I see that the European Commission is speaking about the centralized procurement organization and about dynamic purchasing systems. So I think that the previous panels have discussed that already. And as a compromise or between the Prozorro Market electronic catalog as it operates today and the way it should operate according to the European directives, it's all about the marketplace equal to the dynamic purchasing system that would lead us to well-functioning centralized procurement organizations. And the European Commission also stated that ever more procuring agencies seek assistance from centralized procurement organizations where they lack competencies, time, desire financial resources to conduct procurement properly. So they'd rather have centralized procurement organizations do that for them or on their behalf. And the European Commission also envisions the more intensive use of, or use rather, of dynamic purchasing procedures or systems when it comes to fast solutions, more efficient solutions with pre-qualifications of suppliers, etc., etc. So, and here, I think we are moving in the right direction.
Теж такий тонкий момент, що ми маємо в
But also we have to think a bit in advance in our legislation what is going to be included into future directives, because we will have to keep updating our legislation in line with the EU ones. And one more aspect which hasn't been discussed a lot today when work on the draft law was ongoing, there is a separate section and additional activities. It's quite or ancillary services. Well, it's a bit vague, but and unclear. So this norm is understood by the EU legislator as something what state enterprise professional procurements is dealing with. So you train a lot of members of our procurement society in terms of new approaches and so on. Well, it was very interesting to see this norm in the directive. And yes, returning to my previous words that any law is half law, half philosophy. Well, I believe that the team of professional procurements implements this function very well, even despite it hasn't been included into our legislation, and it will be included into the new law. But at the same time, this function is working in our country, and finger crossed we will get a positive feedback from the European Commission, because comparative table was sent to them, and I hope that at the beginning of December we would receive feedback from them. And well, okay, it's on MPs already. Let's stay on that. It depends what is going the political what is going to be their political will or their decision in the parliamentary hall. I hope that it will be voted, it will be adopted, and will become an effective in 9 months after adoption, because its enactment envisages adoption of many bylaws and secondary legislation. Well, so as I've mentioned already, as to electronic catalogs, well, we see this progress, and we speak about the community who developed these norms. This is Prozorro, these professional procurements, medical procurements, stakeholders, and they all were engaged into elaboration of the norms on the marketplace. I believe we had very fruitful and interesting cooperation in this regard. We had agreements, disagreements, disputes, so it was a very interesting experience, and we do hope that from the side of the European Commission this text will be perceived in a positive way. Definitely, we do not expect full alignment for this particular part, but majorly we, I believe, are following the spirit of the directive. We have added complaints, competition components, and so on. It's very important. Many of you have mentioned today during the panel sessions before the lunch that currently such tools are missing, and well, in some aspects it was even for good. Let's be frank, because it might slow down procurements. In some cases it was a savior. I'd like to say hello to Ukrzaliznytsia, because they had such an experience. And I'd like to express my gratitude to the team of professional procurements for implementing this project. And Ukrzaliznytsia is now purchasing diesel and Prozorro Market, diesel fuel and Prozorro Market. So I adhere to the idea that procurements of such type should fall under the threshold of some threshold. But what regards to Ukrzaliznytsia, well, we see that it can even be applied to over the threshold procurements. Let us take some time to think about it.
Виділив собі, щось хотів. Так, і з останнього.
And the last point I'd like to raise thanks to all the teams in professional procurements and medical procurement, state enterprises, we can observe openness to innovation. And we even hear from them that legislators, lawmakers, they cannot keep up with their incentives and visions. It's really nice and very interesting. We're waiting for the law to be adopted, and we'll see what we are going to have with our common output. That's all from me.
Дякую, Валерій. До речі,
Thank you, Valery, for those who would be interested in the text which is going to be put for voting. When the text for the second reading will appear there, you can read it. The one for the first reading, well, I don't think you should read it, because a lot of amendments will be introduced, and the way it was elaborated and improved gives us an opportunity to improve the norms which really require that. Well, we still have time for some questions to Eric and to Tiago. Let's use this opportunity to listen to our guests, because they can share the experience from the EU member states. During first two panels, I have outlined problematic points for procurement area and Prozorro Market. I would divide them to two groups: problems for procurement agencies and for suppliers. The first zone is related to mandatory procurements. This is what Deputy Minister of Healthcare has mentioned. And two aspects were raised in this regard: that many doctors informally are unhappy with the medical goods which are purchased through the catalog. And his personal impression is that some procurement agencies are very creative in finding ways to avoid using the catalog. There is also an issue of mandatory nature, well, and there is also a problem of bad faith suppliers who try to avoid signing contracts or offer different types of goods. I have a question to Eric and to Diego. How spread are these problems in your countries? Maybe you have some examples of problems of a kind, and how do you solve them in your countries? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sasha, for your question. With your kind permission, before answering, I will very quickly add to what Valery said, just one. One thing is that indeed, that Valery mentioned that we have regarding the public procurement law and then to practice. So Valery mentioned that indeed we had lots of dialogue in terms of the implementation of the directives. And I can say that, dear friends, you know, sometimes it is like when especially when parents want to, you know, or any person actually wants to learn something, he or she puts something under the pillow when he or she sleeps. And I just understood that our table, which we work together, is 500 pages thick, so it can serve as the pillow itself, you know. So it just shows how much of the dialogue we have had. But I agree with Valery that this dialogue have led to very good results, because indeed we have now completely different, you know, level of the understanding and implementation of the directives. So we also very much hope, you know, that this draft, which has now been submitted to the European Commission, will bring very good results in terms of the harmonization. But coming back to the Sasha's question, indeed these problems I would say are permanent because again, first of all, even when speaking about the goods, and I'm just sharing my opinion and experience from my country, from Latvia, although the goods are much more prone to standardization than, let's say, some services or even construction works, which is almost impossible to standardize. Still, there are some people always unhappy with the specification, unhappy with the quality they receive. And the problem is that here we are speaking about the process of determination of the needs of the contracting entity. And so any contracting entity everywhere has quite a high degree of threshold to say, no, I don't need this, I need that. So this debate will be around, you know, all the time. How to solve it? I think the only way I can imagine is that category managers of the centralized purchasing body just every year or every 2 or 3 years, when they make a new procurement, they just held some type of dialogue with the clients and then take into account, you know, what they say as much as possible. Because to standardize something, to standardize the technical specification, in the end, you have to draw a line somewhere. Some goods will fall within this line and some will not. And if we have something totally individual, it should be, I believe, outside the centralization, whereas if we have something we can centralize, we can get the economies of scale, we can get different volumes, then for sure it goes to the, you know, for surely in the centralization. So yeah, I think this is the main thing, and this debate is ongoing. I think just as in Ukraine, as in the EU member countries, there's always an open dialogue about it. Yes, the mandatory nature of the using the marketplace catalog sometimes gets people irritated. Some municipalities often say, no, we need to make the purchases by ourselves. But the practice has shown that this mandatory approach, weighting all the pros and cons, still works better because the prices are better, the quality level is often better, and last but not least thing, the people who make those procurements are professionals. Usually, if the small procurement authority makes procurement, not always the result is good. If you entrust the procurement to the, you know, knowledgeable, qualified specialists, then the outcome is usually better. So these are all the pluses of the centralization. And again, just to conclude, I would like to very much again vouch for this approach, because this is in line with the EU practice. There are some problems and issues as everywhere, you know, but still we can deal with them, we can work with them, and still keep the approach of centralization. Thank you.
Well, the previous panel and Eric's almost emptied my speech now, but well, I will do my best. So on the bad faith suppliers and on the complaints presented by the contracting authorities. So the complaints, it's quite easy to complain about something. It's quite simple. The hard part would be to actually make sure that we are following all the procedures, that we are actually being fair and treating the suppliers in a fair way. Like the example of the chair. Well, the guy was not complying with the SLA eventually. But what is SLA is fair? Or in other situations, we got sometimes in an event like this, people come to us and ask, well, you know, I've been using the catalog or the framework agreement or the dynamic processing system, and the quality of the goods is not so, it's not good, it's not good enough. So to sort this, it's quite simple. First of all, the central purchasing bodies in Portugal usually do public consultations while setting the standards, while setting the requirements. It is quite important to use professional staff, technical staff eventually, when you're talking about medical devices and medicines and so on. And on top of it, consult both the market, check if there are any other available solutions, any other innovations in the market, and also consult with the contracting authority. So give the opportunity for them to speak and to improve our documents and to improve our requirements. On the, oh, well, I missed. Public consultations, it's one thing. On the suppliers, on the complaints, on the good faith of the suppliers. So sometimes they are not acting in a bad faith. They're actually trying to avoid some tough situations for them because we had no balance between the price and the SLAs and so on. But again, procuring entities come to us and complain, but there are formal ways of presenting a complaint, so do it, because it is quite important, and sometimes we don't get the feedback while managing a catalog, we don't get the feedback that we need to take some actions. There was a second part of the questions which I don't recall. Well, sanctions. So we really need to have access to complaints, and we really need to analyze those complaints to see if they do meet or not the defined standards, and if not, we just need to impose some sanctions to those suppliers. Thank you.
Just what I wanted indeed to add to what Iago said about unreliable suppliers. So what is one of perhaps maybe sometimes people don't talk about it very openly, but what is the greatest thing about using both dynamic purchasing system or framework agreement? It is that you can get rid of bad suppliers very quickly. Comparing to the alternative of conventional procurement, where we have just one supplier, you know that if you want to terminate the contract, if it is a bad supplier, you will have to do whole the process again. You risk some legal issues. So very often contracting authorities decide to tolerate the bad performance and not do anything. If we have a framework agreement or dynamic purchasing system, then let's say termination, the cooperation with one supplier, in many countries, this is the question of civil law. So for instance, in the framework agreements, this does not come from the EU law. Under the EU law, contracting authorities are entitled to supply the framework agreements, the description of dynamic purchasing system with their own conditions. And so oftentimes there are conditions such as, let's say, you have a bad, you cannot supply 2 or 3 times, you can be excluded from this particular instrument. Of course, it needs to be done in the good faith. Sometimes also contracting authorities abuse their freedom, or sometimes, as Tiago described the situation, sometimes there is no black and white. But anyways, if we compare the situation where we have a procurement contract with single supplier, and on the other side we have dynamic purchase system framework agreement, it is much easier to do. So I think also in that terms, those instruments provide a relief, from the conventional alternative of having just one supplier. Thank you.
Let me just add one topic on the exceptions, because you mentioned
Хотів би додати.
Exceptions. Well, not only promote public consultations prior to the entry to the use of the setup of the catalog or the marketplace, but also deal with the exceptions as they are exceptions. So if you really cannot find in your marketplace what you need to satisfy your need, you need to take care of it as an exception. Eventually, there will need an approval process. It will be needed an approval process. Who will approve the exceptional procedure that will then go to the market using the available procurement methods. That's it.
Да, дякую і за ваші
Thank you very much for your responses. And they drove me to a joke, so to say. Given that of late we have had lots of various initiatives and experiments, like Prozorro Market was launched as an experiment, and now we are mooting the experimental model of framework agreements for construction works or recovery construction works. So perhaps we could develop some innovative sanctions against bad faith suppliers, like just forcible nationalization or confiscation of companies. Sometimes it is sufficient to discuss such potential sanctions for the market to respond and for the people to quit such bad practices. When it comes to the shaping of demand and supply, so it can have an effect thereon. So it won't be the topic of this session, which is exhausted. It's time, so we are not waiting for the legislator to adopt the law. We have started to develop the ideas that are to be found there. And we know that there is an experiment in the defense procurement. They are piloting the dynamic purchasing system, or they call it an open framework, as part of Resolution 1975. And when it comes to Prozorro Market, once we have the universalized digital electronic signature and the Treasury agrees to that, we will have the very clear operation procedure and everything will be okay. It's a demand of time, so we should start with very logical sequence. Whereas in the very early 21st century, it was like, there is a requirement, there is a procedure, and so we do it. But now we are moving in parallel trajectories. The main thing is for them not to be opposite and contradicting. Thank you very much. We would like to thank the panelists of the third session. Thanks to all of you again for a most enlightening discussion. And now, given the serious topic that we are discussing, I feel that perhaps we lack some relaxation techniques for all of us to stay focused, so that we could feel the presence of our neighbors in the rows. Now, I understand that we are being streamed on Facebook and YouTube platforms, so people can listen to you, can discuss the topics as we go. So I would like them to feel the ambiance in this room, so that they would like to join in next time. There's great ambiance, there's wonderful atmosphere, and there are a lot of dedicated people in the room. Now we'll have the open microphone session. You will have an opportunity to ask questions. You could have done that through the open communication platform with the QR codes. So we received several questions, and we hope that you will get answers to all of them, if not today, and now and here, then at a later stage on the web page. So the moderator would be Danilo Poštar, who's chief of the market research and professional procurement. I would like to invite Irina Zapeluk, Deputy Director of Public Procurement Department, Ministry of Economy, Environment and Agriculture Procurement. Then Natalia Shimko, she's Deputy Director General of the Prozorro State-owned enterprise. Then Yulia Sitnik.
Маркет державної установи професійні
Right, she is the marketing director from Professional Procurement, state-owned enterprise. Then Ksenia Koval from the Medical Procurement of Ukraine. And Anastasia Skok, Director of Ukrainian Special Systems State-Owned Enterprise. Alexander thanked all of the participants who have stayed, and I would like to thank participants of this very session, because I understand that the very last session is the most challenging one, because people tend to relax after lunch. So let us thank the wonderful speakers for being with us. You can see that's the most important part of the event, because there are a lot of people wishing to ask questions of experts. So can I tell you about how we are going to interact? We've got 2 mics in the audience. For this discussion to be more lively, shall we start with the questions from the audience, live questions from the audience? You raise your hands, you get the mic, and you introduce yourself and ask question of the panelists. And I would like to ask the panelists to volunteer to answer questions that fall within your area of expertise. If anyone wants to add, so you are welcome to do so as well. And I might step in and comment on some of the questions if I feel fit for that. And we've also got written questions in my tablet here. And if we have a pause in questions from the audience, then I would read out those questions that you put in advance, okay? Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I've used the opportunity to ask a question on the platform, and I've got a strategic question. Will there be services in the catalogue? Because it is important, and if the law is going to cover services, then perhaps it would be a good idea to integrate them into the electronic catalogue as well. What do you think? Thank you very much for your question. I will answer, if I may. Yes, the bill 11.520 does provide for services according to the EU directives. The Prozorro Market will have services as a part and parcel thereof. And when it comes to specificities, once the law is adopted, the wording that we are going to have there will be considered specifically for services. If I may add, technically speaking, Prozorro is absolutely prepared for such novellas to incorporate services. We don't think there will be any difficulty with that. Should the law regulate that, then the colleagues from the state-owned enterprise or the NGO will be able to introduce services into the marketplace fairly quickly. It's strange that it's only now that the question about services has been raised. My explanation is as follows. Most of the contracting entities know that electronic catalog is so convenient that they would also like to have services there. The question whether we are prepared as the administrator to introduce services into our catalog, it is controversial. Why? When we learned about relevant amendments to the legislation, we asked ourselves the following question. If we had to introduce services right now, how actually feasible would that be? Because those would not be unique or, say, bespoke services that would be in demand by a very narrow circle of potential contracting entities. We looked at the market, we looked at which services are in greatest demand by the public authorities or other contracting entities, and we asked ourselves whether we are prepared to incorporate them right now. And we have seen that for the majority of those, we are not prepared, like for cleaning, for catering. For some services, we were sure we could be able to incorporate them. But those are more generic, I would say. Services very close to in nature to goods, like insurance with a very well-defined categories of vehicles, etc., where you can standardize things and implement them or incorporate them into the present existing architecture. And I can't say that we are not planning to incorporate services, but the difficulty would be related to the current architecture of the electronic catalog. So we will have to revise that. We want services to be added to the catalog, but we also understand that it will take time for the development of the methodology and perhaps for the revision and adaptation of the architecture. Thank you. I understand that we have very few microphones on the stage right now. Okay, next question from the audience. Usually there are lots of raised hands, not the case today. Yeah, even if you asked your question via QR code still, do please raise your hands. Good afternoon. It's about procurement of computers, of hardware. We conducted this procurement with about 10 bidders, and the catalog contained this nomenclature, but it isn't available on the market anymore. Yeah, a very topical question. Thank you. We understand that technologies move ahead very fast, and some technologies die out, some emerge. So we've got a separate category manager who works with laptops and PCs, and it seemed to be an easily standardizable category of goods, but with the advent of new technologies, we have difficulty keeping abreast. So if you know that something is obsolete and no longer on the market, please notify us. We do our job very diligently, I'm sure, but we are planning to develop, say, a life cycle for a certain category of laptops or other PCs because things change very rapidly there. Yeah, it is an issue, and it's about various categories of goods. For example, there's a whole array of goods, defense goods. When we introduce the category, the goods are in the market, but then they disappear very fast because the market is limited in the scope and capacity. And I do agree with Anastasia. It's difficult for us to trace all of the categories. There are 2,000 thereof. So we need your assistance. You notify us and we respond very fast. I can't see any raised hands. No, now I do. Okay, good afternoon. When you add goods to your basket, and then you want to base your procurement on this basket. Sometimes the response is there is no this goods available or these goods available anymore. Choose something else. Why? Maybe it is related to the electronic platform you work with. If this item is there, you can add it to your basket and you can call for proposals or for bids or request bids. So it's about medications. We did that several times and we had to return to the long list. So was it that you made a pause? Maybe certain information wasn't topical in the marketplace. Of course, we didn't do that over one day. We had several items in the basket, but then it couldn't provide for all of them. If I could answer, or try to at least. And it is sometimes difficult to identify the reason. There might be various reasons for that. First of all, you have to call us as administrators or the administrators of your platform, because it can be a glitch on the platform, or it can be the feature, so we will have to revise it. It may be just one code of the medication. And if these are various suppliers with the same code of the goods, then you can't do that through one and the same basket. So if you've got any challenges like this, so please contact me as an administrator, will you? And I would like to add, if it's about medications or medical drugs, then this one can be within the exclusive category and it cannot be added to the general basket. It will be 3306 code, but since it is unique or exclusive, it should be procured separately. In any case, call us and ask us about the category and we will look into it. Okay, good afternoon. I would like to think whether you are planning to open the category of awards, like COPs, like certificates, like letters of award or reward, things like this. Thank you very much. Medals, orders. Thank you very much for your question. It is topical today, and it is rather about whether we are planning to expand the catalog with new categories. We now have 2,000 categories, and that's plenty. And we believe that FMCG fall under some of those 2,000 categories. In each of the categories, you could have dozens of specifications, dozens of thousands, or sometimes hundreds of thousands of different items of goods. So there is a special form. Contact us and notify us about the need to have a separate category. You fill in the form on our website, and there's a sample of technical specifications or descriptions of a category, and you can oblige us. And should you do that, we will process your application faster. It doesn't mean that once you submit this form, we will always introduce a new category. No, we will keep analyzing things. We will keep analyzing specifications because there are sometimes very unusual requests. One of the latest that I remember to create a category for a sports training machine to imitate women's skin. You know, it's sometimes even for the experts to discriminate women's skin from men's skin, let alone the quality of silicon. So you will get a response anyway, even if we refuse to introduce the new category. And if now that we are speaking about adding new categories, I would say that we are working to improve, to polish the existing 2,000 categories. The last time I revised the category was about school furniture, and it is quite a recent category. For example, the teacher's desk. Out of 3 panels of just the panels with the shelf for the keyboard and the computer. So there are billions of different covers, varnishes, lacquers. Then it's locked or unlocked on legs or on wheels. So now the market has changed and the supply is huge. So we also revise desks for pupils or for school children as well. And when I look at ideal categories, I can only imagine the classrooms of today. So I hope they will enjoy those classrooms rather than shelters underground. So our effort would be channeled into improving the existing categories. Because even when we buy something for ourselves, say a washing machine, then we would not be looking at a model which is 5 years old. We would like one with the dryer, with Bluetooth, with energy efficient engine, things like this. So we do have this bookmark for feedback. So please use that. It's not about certain disadvantages, certain flaws, but it's about the dynamics of the market. Now, summing up, if there is a need to create a new category, write to us and substantiate this need. Or anyway, we will give the feedback.
За відповідь я хотіла
Thank you for your answer. I also would like to ask a question regarding Naftogaz. I know that this issue was considered. I'd like to know what stage this issue is. Well, your question is what? That Naftogaz is not participating. Well, you've asked the same when we had Nadia Begun, and she answered that she will figure that out. I don't know if she did, but well, maybe Ira, maybe you know. I will bring some light. I will try to answer. Why Naftogaz Trading or gas supplying company doesn't participate? It's their decision. We as state cannot influence their decision, but I'd like to explain why procuring entities should organize open tenders, but they have in summer, right? Well, we have an obligation before the European Commission that respective provisions on public procurement should be implemented. Gas market in EU countries is the market with high level of competition. Therefore, we're also trying to synchronize this element here. Therefore, we cannot adopt an exclusion that Naftogaz can provide opportunity to purchase gas without tenders. Yes, they have an opportunity to purchase gas during summer and to inject it into the gas storages. Well, yes, Naftogaz has quite favorable prices, but and affordable prices, but there are opportunities also to purchase it from other suppliers. Well, in the EU directives, it is indicated that direct agreement is concluded if tender is not successful. Tender is an indicator. If it's not successful, that agreement can be concluded with the company which can provide services. And I know that this information is published on their website, or maybe you see a problem here.
Якщо ви вважаєте, що є
If you believe that there is a breach or maybe some inconveniences, please send us a request and we will invite Naftogaz to a working meeting. Well, it's rather a political answer, if I understand correctly, that in the nearest time Naftogaz is going to participate in procurements and Prozorro Market. As to the reasons, you see that there are plenty of them and it's difficult to solve them, unfortunately. I have a few questions. Well, they are not directly related to Prozorro Market because electricity energy is given under centralized procuring agency. Well, my interest is expected value formation because in November, October, we have to make forecasts for the next 8 years. We add 10% for fluctuations, but at the same time, by results of an auction for aggregated procurement, and thanks to many participants, we have good competition and good results, but the result is the following. The next month, the price for electricity energy increases, then it goes down, of course, but in general, the trend in the market is not taken into account. When we launch the procurement, the price is lower, but then we see that they wanted to have it higher. That's why they were slow in the procurement process and so on. And well, it's mostly for the last month of the year. It relates to the last month of the year. So that was the question regarding the formation of price. The second question, we've heard a lot about the new legislation and the portal. The question is the following. What about improvements or elimination of errors in existing legislation? 2 years ago, the classifier became ineffective, and last year, Ministry of Economy has deleted the point on the classifier, and in part 10 there is a reference to the point 4 which is missing, so the logic is broken, and more than 1 year in our legislation we have a mess. We don't have economic code, but it is indicated in the code. There is a reference to it that agreements are signed on the basis of civil and economic code. Are we waiting for amendments to this existing legislation, or we are waiting for the new one and then broadly amendments will be introduced? I will start answering. As regards to electricity, methodological recommendations for procurement of electricity were approved by the Ministry of Economy. They were elaborated in cooperation with the Ministry of Energy, NERC, State Audit Service of Ukraine, Anti-Monopoly Committee, Ministry of Finance, and other bodies of executive power. Discussion was very lively and serious because people wanted a fixed price for electricity and maybe with forecasted fluctuations, but we are living in a wartime, and the fixed prices in the EU countries, and the logic says that the fixed price only can exist if bilateral agreements market operates in the country. It exists in Ukraine, but these agreements are only concluded for 1 or 2 months. You can look on the website of the Ukrainian Energy Exchange that agreements which are called long-term, they are mostly for short-term. In ideal world, when we are going to have a stable situation, they will be concluded for half a year, for a year, and then procuring entities will be able to purchase electricity for the whole budgetary year. Since the bilateral agreements market is not working properly, we have a mechanism for price setting, and many experts believe it's more efficient. Setting a fixed price for the year will cause the situation when suppliers will include all risks into them, and then the price will be very high, or otherwise they wouldn't be able to fulfill their commitments when the price will go higher on the bilateral agreements market. Considering that the formula gives an opportunity to calculate price on the basis of clear and transparent indicators, so it's fine, and such practice exists in the EU, and we recommend to use methodological recommendations of the Ministry of Economy, and we see the transparency of such procurements proved their efficiency. When the price goes down, we believe that the agreement value shouldn't be changed. What? No, I haven't answered. Well, we are not decreasing the price of the agreement. We submit an act, it is published, it fixes the price per unit, and the volume is fixed there as well. But for example, we have calculated that we have enough of the volume, and we have to eliminate the excess, which we didn't need already. Our territorial bodies doesn't have necessary assignations, and we decided that we will eliminate it. But then again, in September, price dropped by more than 1 hryvnia per kilowatt, and then by the end of the year, we have to make calculations on the basis of this decreased price, and therefore to decrease price for the all unutilized volume. So in such a case, we can postpone, but it is not possible to calculate precisely. There were years when during 1 month we had highs and lows, you know, so we cannot do that on a monthly basis. This is the same I am saying to you. And during summer, price drops, so therefore you don't have to change the price of the agreement. But in our case, we had to do that at the beginning of October. If you had to do that from other reasons, when the price rises, you can increase the price of the agreement, but there is no such provision. No, it is there. If the price for the unit rises, we should decrease the volume. No, 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 you can raise the price too. There are no limitation to what value you can raise it. It's your limitation is your budget only, that's all. Can I supplement, please? Well, if it is envisaged by the agreement, of course, yes, we are talking about the agreement on professional procurements. It is there, I am sure. I'd like to supplement that there is nothing ideal in our world. At the same time, procurements through the formula calculation for electricity, it is almost ideal in correlation to circumstances. Well, you don't have much tools for aggregated procurements, do you? What it is, in fact, it's when you purchase something in one procedure for one type of products, but then a number of agreements for different contracting entities are concluded, but at the same time, calculations should be made on the basis of one algorithm. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to be aggregated with other procuring entities. The full calculation of expected value is available on the website of Professional Procurement's website. It is published on an annual basis, and it is calculated on the basis of specific formula, which is outlined in respective documents. There is no other way for that. But as to the revision of the price, as far as I know, well, I'm not working with the centralized procurements today, but as far as I know, procuring entity may decide to increase the volume of an agreement or decrease it. It's according to methodology, it is possible. As to the second question regarding the legislation, yes, we worked actively on the new draft law, and we see that there are some gaps in existing legislation. We have already submitted amendments to the resolution 822. We don't forget about current situation. We remember about that. As to amendments regarding exclusion of references to economic code of Ukraine, these amendments are pending. They are going to be adopted soon. As to the last point you mentioned, I didn't know about that. Please send me this information to my email. I'm very grateful to everyone who is eager to support us and help us, because due to the current situation of full-scale invasion, we often have to act too fast, and we may forget something. Well, I have another point to say. Treasuries require paper documents, copies, decisions, and so on and so on. So without printed versions of announcements in Prozorro, intend to conclude an agreement, reports, and so on and so on, they do not accept agreement through client treasury system. Well, in my opinion, it should be enough to give them the link to that, just to see that on the website. They expect us to submit paper versions printed out from electronic systems. And the new design of the portal doesn't give an opportunity to print out an announcement on intention to conclude an agreement. Well, you see, we hear you, we know that, we take that into account. Yes, there are a lot of situations when amendments take place and they contradict a little bit the practice. Yes, I understand your point. Definitely, we cannot make an influence on everyone. Well, we cannot answer the question why one treasury acts like that and another is not. This is not the point of the discussion for today. Let's keep to the point of our event. As to the portal, I invite you to give your feedback, and colleagues from State Enterprise Prozorro will deal with that easily.
If I could comment on the Treasury, we all understand that there is a role of human factor, and somebody in the Treasury might find it more convenient, but by doing so, they violate the law on public procurements. And if there are such cases, you can collect them and either go to the HQ of the Treasury Service, or else when our colleagues organize consultations with the review bodies or law enforcement authorities at least once a quarter, you can report that to the ministry, just with very specific cases and specific names of the people who set up such demands or requirements. When we were drafting amendments to the previous laws, we insisted that the Treasury should be doing that in the electronic system for them not to require paper documents. And we have found agreement on the part of the HQ, Treasury's HQ or head office. So we have to report such cases and never tolerate a behavior like that. Now, when it comes to portal, yes, of course, a lot of users write to us complaining about the page, which is inconvenient and not user-friendly. We couldn't support the previous version of this page, but we understand that any new design might be met with resistance, and that's natural for the people to resist change. We are open to all of you. We are trying to find more user-friendly solutions. We did consult the contracting authorities or entities and market participants, and if there are certain things that we didn't take on board, we are prepared to do some tweaks so that it works better. So at least there were two things that were not approved by the users, and we revised that. Yeah. And we do all of the corrections fairly quickly for your convenience. Thank you. Yeah, please take a mic, will you? Yeah, that's the best part of any forum, when people can at last ask questions or provide their own comments and vent their concerns. If I may remind you that we've got a form for questions, and we will then discuss them with the State Audit Service, with the Anti-Monopoly Committee of Ukraine. Please do share your concerns, your proposals with us. We are here for you. We are not mind reader. We cannot know what you are unhappy with unless you share those concerns of yours or dissatisfaction with the quality of our services. Please do provide feedback. Thank you, Valerie. Yes, indeed, you have to share your opinions, but don't expect the ministry to respond immediately and to introduce amendments immediately. Sometimes it takes time. Even when they agree with you, they understand your position, but they have got their own constraints. Didn't hear that, sorry. That was an ad of the ministry, so they owe us. I've got two questions to ask of you. We've just discussed the forms for the payment for electricity. Will it be admissible if we say that a negative margin is inadmissible? The law actually prohibits us to limit the price, but they keep it unchanged, and then they start raising prices in January. So if we have any caveat like this, then we might have difficulty. You can call the service supplier and ask them when they participated in the tender. So this is banned, this is not allowed, and it will be part of the amendments that I mentioned before. And when it comes to pricing, then there is a formula, and it saves us from dumping. And if the supplier calculates things and just tests them against the requirements, then it's okay. But even if they are not guided by an agreement, then the contracting entity can fine the supplier. These are the best anti-dumping safeguards. I think the issue of dumping by suppliers when you settle accounts based on the formula is obsolete, because the formula itself is a safeguard of sorts. Just you can also provide in the contract for the constant amount that should be used as a margin. And as we discussed before, the centralized procurement will always provide for the surety or for the security for the contract enforcement. But the formula in and of itself is very objective. Not a single element of that formula depends on the whims of the supplier. So I can't see where there is room for manipulation with the spikes in prices. Thank you. Any other questions? Ada, you said you had two questions. Yeah, my second question is about localization. How is it reflected in Prozorro Market? Any volunteers? So I'm doomed to answer it, right? So that's a challenging question, and the answer can take hours and hours on end. According to the localization law, there are certain categories of goods that have to be procured locally. For that, Prozorro has developed and administers the localized goods register. You can get there via electronic platforms, and you will get the certification of a local supplier, and you can add your goods there. So according to the law, again, the categories are created and the manufacturers choose the category, and then they can add the goods once their local nature is approved or confirmed. So when it comes to electronic tender, you announce the procurement or the tender, then you've got the requirement for localization, and the supplier can only offer the goods that are added into the localized goods register. They cannot offer other goods unless they are added to the register. So, and here's when difficulties start. If it is part of the electronic catalog and the localization requirement applies, then the manufacturers, in addition to the localization confirmation, should provide technical specifications of the category, so that first you pay attention to the technical specifications and then to the localization requirement. It makes our life much harder because the market is very broad and we can't make sure that all of the technical specifications are observed, because some local manufacturers insist that one and the same feature can be called differently. Now we've got 3 such categories, and MZU starts working with the localization criteria as well. So briefly speaking, in your electronic catalog, you can be procuring from operators, FPV drones, and school buses. So it's an option to either indicate the requirement for localization at the certain amount up to 500,000. And if you go beyond, then technically for us it will be just the procurement of products, and then we will look at the localization requirements, and the suppliers would be choosing from the localized goods register. That is it. Oksana, anything to add? Yes, localization is an issue because in the recent amendments to the list, there are just tack gloves and medical gloves. And now we see a challenge with the request from the suppliers. Not a single supplier, manufacturer, or distributor can provide the extent of localization in medical gloves. And next week, we are planning to organize a large meeting with everyone who is represented in Prozorro Market. And then perhaps we will send a letter to the Ministry of Economy, because we haven't got surgical or medical say, gloves that would meet this localization requirements. What we have there, these are just ambulances, and there are 2 types of ambulances with high localization requirements, but that has been a success story. I can add, for you to understand whether this can be procured as localized goods, there are some categories that fall under this requirement. So you can, as I said, only use it in 3 categories. If something changes, go to the section of technical specifications, and there should be the localization rate or localization level. If you see that, then you establish it, and then you can you choose only from the list of localized goods in 3 categories, as I said. Otherwise, you won't be able to announce a tender with localization requirements. And please pay attention that on the 11th of November, changes to Regulation 861 will take effect. And it's about the documents to certify localization, and all of the manufacturers will have to be requalified to have their goods on that list. Please don't forget to check. Good afternoon, colleagues. We've spoken a lot about the protection of contracting entities against bad faith suppliers. What about bad faith contracting entities? How can we make sure that the suppliers' rights are protected in procurement through Prozorro Market? If a list of tender documentation should be part of the contract draft, which is a violation. So when this the suppliers seek contact with the contracting entity and they wouldn't respond, and they would say that you didn't respond within 5 days and we won't sign a contract. When it comes to failure to sign the contract, we are now improving the tools of electronic contracting that will enable us to see who refused to sign the contract or who did that late. So we hope that once we introduce this tool, the number of abuses will be reduced. And given that the electronic contracts will have very standardized forms of procurement contracts, then it will reduce the rate of abuses by contracting entities that will be using those standard forms. Everything will be clear in advance. And for that, as colleagues said, we will have to include some mandatory categories. First of all, a new Ukrainian school, and there is a form of this contract, and the contracting entities will have to do that electronically. And I hope that by the end of this week or beginning of the next one, we will have it implemented in the system, and we'll see whether it works in practice. Technically speaking, we have several solutions that we are now fine-tuning. We met with the colleagues from other institutions several times to discuss this. And there's one more solution that we plan to implement, and that would be the opportunity for the suppliers to complain to contracting entities their actions or inaction. And then, as Metro said, it would be part of the bill that the complaint mechanism will be well established. There will be a tool enabling suppliers to complain against bad faith contracting entities, but we don't know how to handle those complaints. We can actually block the suppliers, but we don't know how we can blacklist, say, contracting entities. If I could add about complaints, you should be aware that regulatory amendments are necessary. We can't make such decisions as administrators. We need the legislation that will enable us to do that. Now we hope that the law will be adopted very soon, and then the transition period is 9 months. So in the electronic catalogue, complaints will be filed. So, but there is no other alternative speedy mechanism for complaints. We lay our hopes or pin our hopes on the law. Any other questions from the audience? We've got very little time left, and I've got several questions fairly interesting that we received from the platform. Can we use through Prozorro Market with non-price criteria, with taking on board the life cycle also requirements? Yeah, we hope it will be an option, and procuring with a non-price criteria, but we should remember that these criteria should be very well defined, and then the administrators of the catalog should choose from the whole variety of non-price criteria. And I hope that very soon we will reach an agreement with our donors, and we will have a pilot, say, within 6 months from now.
Frankly speaking, this issue is very interesting to me because I don't know answer to it. I will clarify. can we do it according to existing legislative provisions? Because as of now, I know that only price can be used. No, it's not possible. Only price can be used. Then the question to colleagues from the ministry: can we expect that some pilot projects will be launched? Is it possible? Do you have any data?
Якраз пілотні проекти, да, вони передбачають
Yes, we have pilot projects which can explore possible amendments in practice. And after that, we assess the impact. And only afterwards, we take decision, should we introduce amendments into the legislation or not. I'd like to add to that, I was the first one, if I was the first one to answer this question, I would say, no, the price is the only criterion and so on and so on. But I've already heard that the pilot project is planned, and I've got a heat wave, and as an administrator of electronic catalog of the state enterprise, I really wish you luck. And I hope that our colleagues from State Audit Service of Ukraine will join the project, and colleagues from Anti-Monopoly Committee. Their practice and understanding of this process would be very beneficial. Acting on behalf of authorized authority, using this opportunity, I'd like to make an advert. Well, non-price criteria is something we are working on for more than a year already. Large procuring entities have a lot of enthusiasm. They are ready to offer something, but when it comes to implementation, this enthusiasm evaporates. And now an advert. Now we are actively working in cooperation with the Department of Business and Trade of the Great Britain on implementation of a pilot project. In 1.5 weeks, we're going to have a workshop with colleagues from Great Britain, Our goal is to listen to the experience of their experts, because the level of liberalization in their country is much higher. And on our side, we will invite procuring entities to participate in this event. And well, in this pilot project, one of the participants within the framework of this project, which will envisage expert support from the side of the department and from the side of British colleagues, and also support from State Audit Service of Ukraine in order to elaborate decisions which are going to minimize or eliminate possible problems. So should you read the announcement, please do join when it comes. And now I'd like to say that our electronic system and Prozorro and Prozorro Market, they both quite often understood as a purchase for the lowest price possible. Last year, when we had a steering with the European Commission, when my colleagues in Brussels have been presenting the status quo of our procurement legislation in Ukraine, and this argument was from our side that we can purchase for the lowest possible price and save money. From the side of the European partners, we've heard that yes, okay, we had this 10 years ago. And the truth is bitter. We've learned how to purchase for the lowest price, but it didn't bring results we've expected. So now we are learning how to purchase items, goods and services, applying price and quality ratio. Well, I believe that this is a topic for another forum, for a separate one. Yes, we'll plan an hour for you for next time, for the next time, so you will be able to speak about that. Well, yes, there are maybe different ideas. Let's introduce non-price criteria in Prozorro Market, but then we understand that the simple idea cannot be implemented easily, even despite it's important. Sometimes the state believes that it can apply some mandatory requirements for some particular procurement procedures. Is it good or bad? I don't know. But it's discussable, If it will be some procurement for experiment, then we are going to apply this non-price criteria. Well, I believe that it would be something for marketplace because it will be simpler to implement it there. It gives more benefits to it. Thank you, Valerie, for supplementing. It's an important topic. It's the next issue for us, transition from price-only criterion to non-price criteria. I think that, well, our time is up. I see your hand. Our QR code is still valid. You can put a question there. We will answer all the questions after the event. If you have any personal question, you can approach any of the speakers and ask them. Nevertheless, I have to follow up. Thanks to the participants for all asking questions and answering questions. Thank you all for this session. You can leave the stage now. As regards to your questions, which were asked through different means, not all of them were answered, but the team of organizers is going to process them, and in few days you'll get written answers. When you scan the same QR code in few days, the answers will be at the same web page. And while we're waiting for the stage to be ready for the last part of our forum, I'd like to ask a question. Prozorro is something about goods, right? But as regards to services, I've seen such information that Prozorro offers some services. Well, it was interesting to me, so I searched this. There are services like construction, reconstruction of buildings, and renovation of buildings. Well, this service can be ordered as a service, not as a good, right? Transportation, logistics, transportation of people, consulting, scientific and research works, communal services related to let's imagine I represent a small business and I, for example, organize events, so provide services for organization of events. Can someone order such service through Prozorro, or it should be done through other platforms? Well, do we have an answer for that question? No, they cannot. So it's not possible. Prozorro cannot offer that as of the moment, right? Can they order Yeah, so if I see an announcement and I will participate and everything will be fit, then it will be okay, right? Yes. So now I understand. Thank you. It was an advertisement. I know that Prozorro is mostly about goods, but now I've heard a lot of information, and thank you very much for it because I was very interested in everything you've spoke about. So we are approaching the end of our event, and now I'd like to offer you to watch an inspiring speech of the Deputy Minister of Economy, Agriculture and Environment, Mr. Teluk. Hello, everyone. I welcome all the participants of Prozorro Market Forum. Public procurement reform is one of the things we can be proud of. Despite the wartime, Ukraine organizes procurements in a transparent and effective way. We are actively developing our procurement system, developing new approaches and best practices. Electronic catalog of Prozorro Market is one of the most convenient and very quick tools among all Europeans. We have a catalog which allows to organize procurement for 3 days only. Our procuring entities and suppliers actively use all the opportunities of the system. According to the forecast, the volume of sales will reach 100 billion hryvnias, and savings for the country makes 18 billion hryvnias, so 9 of them are saved this year only. I'm very grateful to all the teams and colleagues involved into the development of this tool and the area of public procurements in general. Thanks to all our international partners who support Ukraine on our pathway to the EU. And I'd like to express my gratitude to organizers and suppliers and everyone who organized this forum. You create the culture of professionalism and trust on which the public procurement system develops on. With the adoption of new law, we will reach better alignment with the EU acquis, but I'm sure with such professional community, we will go through this period effectively, and we will make our procurements not only even more transparent, but even more efficient. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Deputy Minister. And now I'd like to invite for a final word the head of procurement component from EU for PFM project, Eric Smizalis.
Dear colleagues, I think we had a very good and very fruitful day of discussions. And since it is an afternoon, I would like to start on a little bit more easy note by saying that in the circles of the scientists, there is this saying that for every very complex problem, there is a solution which is easy, elegant, and almost certainly wrong. So why I'm saying this is that it's very nice to see that we have here in Ukraine chosen complex and professional responses to the complex questions. What I mean with that is that creating a system such a Prozorro was a definitely complex task, solution to a complex problem. Creating, let's say, a solution, a functionality on the electronic catalog, electronic marketplace is again the complex answer to the complex problem. Even when we spoke about the unreliable suppliers, this is also a complex problem which will not have a very simple solution. And finally, we also discussed the development of the public procurement law, and it is also let's say, complex challenge on how to implement the European Union directives in a way that also creates those strong sides, those achievements that we have in Ukraine. So I believe this is certainly possible, and we have been working on that. And I would also like to reflect what was discussed today, that we discussed and a couple of times we compared the Ukrainian practice with the EU solutions, and it was found that sometimes, the Ukraine can learn from the EU, and sometimes the EU can learn from Ukraine. So representing the EU project, I would like to say that there is certain mechanism on how the EU operates. It always requires a compromise from all the EU member states, coming from the different traditions, different systems with the different historical backgrounds. But this is the process which ensures that every voice is being heard, that everybody can submit their own solutions, and in the end of the day, we come up with the best possible compromise. And I believe this is the best solution around, because in the EU, the situation where, for instance, sudden political changes previous policy by 180 degrees is not possible. So EU is a stable partner that are in Ukraine, with Ukraine, and will continue to be with Ukraine also for the years to come, until the moment when Ukraine itself becomes a part of the EU. So therefore, when we are celebrating our achievements, and our achievements there are many, you know, we saw many today. I think let us do it in the following way, that it gives an inspiration for us for the further reforms, because we have made already many steps, and there are steps still to take to first of all reach this ambitious goal to be fully compliant with the EU acquis until in the procurement area until Q4 2027, and also join the EU by 2030, or even possibly sooner. Why not? You know. So let us work together with these to these goals. Our work doesn't stop. Maybe they stop for this evening, where we take some rest. But then tomorrow again, let us continue our work. I will again say huge thanks for all the partners, for all the people who made this event possible. To EU delegation, to our colleagues from professional procurement, from Prozorro, from the Ministry of Economy, from Central Project Management Agency of Lithuania, also the project team, our contractors who made this wonderful premises today for us. And I would like to wish all the best for each of us in our procurement careers. All the best for Ukraine in the procurement reforms. And I would like to conclude not with the hope, but actually with the conviction. I'm 100% sure that next year, when we again convene to this event, we will again see new achievements, very good progress, both as it comes to the Prozorro Market catalog, and also when it comes to the implementation of the legislation. So thank you for being here today, for making this event so interesting, and I would like to wish you a very nice evening. Thank you.
Дякуємо Еріксу Мезалісу. Дякую.
Thank you, Eriks. Thank you.
And now I would like to invite Director of Professional Procurement State-Owned Enterprise, Evgen Kubovsky. I won't take too much of your time. I think everything has been taken. If British scientists and researchers have counted the number of times we used Prozorro Market today, it would be at least close to 8,000, and that would be it. We received a lot of information, got a lot of insights. We have to now stomach all of it, digest all of it, and I see that our procurement community are all great people. We sometimes disagree, but nonetheless, we are all prepared to work together to improve the entire framework and suppose and suggest good solutions. And I would like to thank all of you. I would like to thank our colleagues who were speakers today and panelists. And I would like also to thank the professional procurement team who put this forum together, and everyone who works in this complex and sometimes complicated sphere. So thank you very much. It's my great pleasure and honor to be one of you. This concludes the forum. Thank you very much again. Thank you, Evgen. I would like to thank all participants, speakers, and listeners. We've been working very actively. We received a lot of questions and asked even more questions, answers. So I would like to see you next time. Have